a political website. Now it sounds silly, but we were actually so many years ago the first to have a website, and also we're very successful with the number of clicks and visitors. And basically we kept on this tradition of innovation. And so when social media came up, we also started to invest. I personally did it myself in 2009, which was already a very long time ago. But since I ran for office only for the Brussels Regional Parliament, it was very difficult to find my voters in the Brussels region. So I had quite some likes and people who followed me, but they lived all outside of Brussels. So that was not of much use to me. And also I didn't have the, let's say, the buying power to advertise on my personal budget. So that was very limited. But still, Vlaams Belang invested a lot in social media. To give you a few numbers, our president, Tom van Grieken, has 410,000 followers. I understand that according to, in comparison with the UK and even more with India, this sounds like nothing, but you have to take into account that Belgium is a country of 11 million inhabitants, and Flanders is more or less 6 million. So Tom van Grieken, our president, takes the lead. So in comparison, Vlaams Belang, the page of Vlaams Belang on Facebook has 610,000 followers, and the N-VA, the New Flemish Alliance, which is the biggest party in Belgium and Flanders, only has 400,000 followers. So that says something, and it proves also that the social stigma that was put on the party, mainly by mainstream media and political opponents, is not real in the virtual world. And since it's not real in the virtual world, it's also not real in the real world, because people know that when you like our page, your neighbor can see that, you basically come out as a supporter of Vlaams Belang. So it's more than just a virtual breakthrough of the cordon sanitaire. It has also as a real impact. Now, what did we do before the, so the first thing that happened, the local elections, we also used a lot of social media and the old-fashioned canvassing, and Vlaams Belang submerged again because we were basically fighting against, we were fighting for our existence at some point. And at that point we had an electoral turn, and we rose again. But then the main thing that happened was the approval of the Marrakesh UN Migration Pact. So the N-VA, the New Flemish Alliance, was member of the federal government, and basically let the ball drop, and didn't realize that a lot of their voters were against the UN Migration Pact. And Vlaams Belang started an online petition. After 3 weeks, we had more than 100,000 people who signed. Again, it's virtually, but on the other hand, people know that their votes can be checked, their signature can be checked, and so they come out of the closet, so to speak. And that, in combination with a very old-fashioned demonstration in Brussels, the New Flemish Alliance realized that they were heading for a beating in the next election. And so they were a bit too late on the game, and they left the federal government. And so we went to a new election. Another thing that was very successful was our virtual fight, let's say, against the proposal of the kilometer tax, which was proposed by a minister from the New Flemish Alliance. And again, within a few weeks, we had thousands of signatures, a lot of debate on social media. People were really angry because they they thought that it was just a tax, not really to improve traffic congestion, but just a tax. So basically they have revoked the proposal. So that was a big win for us, and it proved the power of galvanizing support through the internet. So so then we had basically the results of the federal, regional, and the European elections, where we went up with 12%, and now are the second party in Flanders, also in the European Parliament. Yeah, sorry, I have to interrupt. You may not know it, but we have a lot of parliaments in Belgium. So that's one thing you have to realize. I say sometimes for a laugh, when people congratulate me on being a member of parliament, I said, don't worry, we have a lot of members of parliament in Belgium, but still there are more candidates than elected. So, and we're also the second Flemish party in the federal parliament. So that's a very big success. Next slide, please. So we are leaving the pre-corona times and we are going to the corona times. It took our opponents 494 days to form a federal government. And even worse, they did it with a Flemish minority. So you have to know that Flanders is the strongest, the largest population-wise and the most important region of Belgium. For example, 85% of export is Flemish, which is a lot. So I congratulate Mr. Gill on the Brexit campaign, but it's a fact that for us Flanders, in the short term at least, it is damaging because the UK is one of our most important trade partners. And now the Brexit, of course, causes some difficulties for our companies. But this said, we respect, as true nationalists, we respect the choice of the British people. And we think it makes sense that you just accept it. And you, in diplomacy, you don't have to live with wishes, but you have to live with realities. And the Brexit is a reality. So we try to find a way to have our trade again to previous levels. Of course, now also made difficult by the corona times. Back again after this sidestep to the formation of the government, we launched a social media campaign, Not My Government, which was also very successful because people realized, the Flemish people realized that it's totally absurd that in a federal government where you pick up the bill, you don't have the majority in the federal government. And we organized, there was actually a difficulty, like demonstrations were forbidden because of Corona. You had to keep distance. At some point, we weren't even allowed to do unnecessary travels, etc. So that was very difficult to organize. And basically, at some point, I was directly involved because at some point I just got a WhatsApp message from my president, and he asked me some advice on what kind of demonstration should we do, and would the Council of State, our administrative high court, allow us to organize a demonstration. I just WhatsApped to him and said, you know what, the only thing you can do is organize a car caravan, because then you're in your bubble, the social distance is guaranteed. And basically he just answered me, oh, that's a good idea, let's take it from there. I didn't hear back from it anymore till some further legal advice he needed on the organization. And 2 weeks later, we had a demonstration, so to speak, of cars from several rally points in Flanders. Cars left to Brussels in caravans with flags and billboards, etc., you name it, towards Brussels. And so we ended up at the parking space of the Hazel with 5,000 cars and 15,000 demonstrators. Now on my slideshow, I've added some links of YouTube. We're not going to play them now, but it gives a very good impression on what the day was. And the good thing about the whole idea of the car caravan was that in comparison with the traditional demonstration, you basically go to a central place. There you unfold your flags and your billboards and whatever you want to do. And you basically hope for the mainstream media not to be able to ignore the demonstration. And that's how you get the leverage of the more you are, the more they have to acknowledge, okay, this was an important demonstration, so we cover it on our journal, etc. Now, because we left with thousands of cars from different places in Flanders, everybody who was on the road had the impression that the whole of Flanders was mobilized, because you couldn't come out of the street, on the highway especially, without seeing the cars with flags, and everybody was like, oh, what is going on? Again, checked on social media, because they saw it was something from Vlaams Belang. And so it had a lot of traction. Even when people didn't participate, they realized there was a lot of sort of mass movement of people against the idea of the government with a minority in Flanders. So basically it was a very big hit. You can even, because of course the links I gave you are all in Dutch, and I assume that 99% of you don't speak Dutch. So you'll just have to deal with the images. But nevertheless, if you Google it, a Flemish car demonstration in Belgium, you will find some links even of UK newspapers and US newspapers. It was quite impressive. With the US elections, I also saw a car rally or gathering, let's say, of the, at the time, president to be Biden. And to be honest, it was a very sad gathering of 20 pickups, and that was it. Then if you compare it to the 5,000 cars that we managed to get to assemble together in Brussels, it's a huge success. Our friends in European Parliament as well were very impressed, and it was basically the talk of, not just the talk of town, but in the whole of Europe, people realized that something special had happened. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, the funny thing was that even when you don't understand Dutch, if you click on the link of the VRT, which is basically the national television, you can hear the reporter that he's just excited as we are. He's so impressed by the event that he cannot help himself but being enthusiastic about it. But that was a live report. In the evening, probably the editor told him, like, listen, you have to tone it down. You cannot be enthusiastic about it. So it was much more like back to the facts. And also the federal police I talked to at the event told me, like, listen, we know that there are 5,000 cars, and we have counted, we have seen that on average there are 3 people in every car. So when you assume there are 15,000 people, it's not far from the truth. It will be correct. And then still in the evening, they said, yeah, and police said that there were like 10,000 people. They tried to really slow it down. I can show you. Also, what I can add is that we just didn't do it the day itself, but we also prepared the day. There was a rather professionally made video of our president announcing the demonstration, which had a sort of Hollywood feel of the lights of cars turning on in the dark, etc. So it was with a bit of a dramatic feel. We also did street blockage of the federal parliament, which is in an area where there are no political demonstrations allowed, unless you're in favor of the climate. Then you can do whatever you want. But if you're not in favor of the climate, you're not allowed to do political demonstrations close to the federal parliament. But basically the only reason we wanted to do this, we wanted to create a stir. We wanted to create a talk about it on social media. Even the mainstream media reported about it, and they realized like, oh, it may happen that Vlaams Belang is gonna lock down the whole region of Brussels, and so it will create chaos in the city. Now we didn't want to do this for several reasons. First of all, we wanted to do our gathering on a Sunday because, first of all, people have time, and secondly, if ever we created hammock, let's say, or difficulties on the road, we wouldn't touch people in their wallet during the week when people have to work and you organize your political demonstration. Let's say that the classical method of the trade unions is to block the streets. If the taxi drivers protest, they make sure that the whole city doesn't move, but that basically is costing the economy and is costing people money who want to work. And especially in Corona times where people have already a lot of difficulties to basically survive and to make a living, we wanted to avoid this. Nevertheless, there were traffic jams on the highway. So you can imagine how it was. At first, the police said no, because they weren't really cooperative. They said you can only have one entrance for the parking space, for the parking lot. And then soon, when cars started to arrive, they realized, okay, this is not going to work. And basically all entrances were opened just to get the people as fast as possible from the highway. So that was a very, very successful event. One more thing that we did specifically because of Corona was the, let's say, the traditional New Year's reception with the speech of the president wasn't possible, of course, because of social distancing. So we were the first to do an online so-called reception with the speech of the president and some major figures of the party, and all the people, workers, employees, but also local, communal, etc. People received a sort of party box with a non-alcoholic and an alcoholic beverage and something. And so basically at home we could say cheers to everybody with our party box. And so that was a solution for Corona. But I still hope that the next time we won't need to do that again. If you go to the next 3 slides, you can quickly scroll down. It gives an idea of the, next slide please, of how it looked like on the day itself of the demonstration. Can you please turn to the next slide, please? I don't know, okay, there it is. So this is just a view of the day on the parking lot. The next picture is basically how it looked on the highway, on some parts of the highway, of course. Next slide, please. And as you can see, you have people who are within the demonstration, but probably there are also just people passing by and they get caught up in the demonstration and they have to wonder what is going on. They could check on social media, and also to so-called, let's say, entertain the people in the car. We also had internet radio, because our idea was that when people are on the road in their car, they should feel part of a bigger something. And when there was internet radio with interviews of politicians, of course, and also music, it created a sort of fun for the people to be in the car, and not so like a boring time to sit in 1 hour in the car and nothing happens. But the next picture is actually the best. If you can go to the next slide. This is a picture of the mainstream media TV studio of the national television, where the president of the largest party of Belgium is basically looking at the success of the event online. So it basically proves that with our own organization, also with social media, we had set the agenda also of the TV studio where we weren't invited. So, so I think it proves the power of social media. It proves the power of circumventing the mainstream media as well. Although I have to say, in all fairness, the coverage of the event at that moment was spot on, was very correct. Normally there's something nasty about it, like, yeah, they always find some marginal guy who is a bit crazy, goofy, and then they interview him, and then so they can say that, look, 10,000 goofy people met at this. Now it was very, I must say, very correct. But in general, like I said, we have a problem with the mainstream media. So we complain, but then the defense of the journalists and the ombudsman is like, you know what, you complain, but the ultra left-wing party is complaining too. So if everybody is complaining, we're probably doing a very good job. And that's the way for them to say, you know what, we don't have to answer this critique. Although there are statistics that show that we are invited much less than other parties. And especially, which makes sense, let's say, if there is a nuclear disaster, the first party to be invited are the Greens, because they go strong on anti-nuclear energy. And I think it's normal that they at that moment are invited because they make it such a big issue in their program. The other thing doesn't happen. When there are riots with migrants in Brussels, they invite everybody except Vlaams Belang, who is basically the party who has a very strong view on the migration, on the problems of the multicultural society. And at that point, we're not able to speak our mind on national television. Now, coincidentally, I got to know somebody who a few weeks ago defended her doctorate on the University of Amsterdam. And it's not in my slide, but I can even just show it. And if you mail me, I can give you the reference. It's the title says it all: the authoritarian virus between infection and immunity. So you can imagine that the one who wrote this is probably more leaning to the left than to the right, so to speak. But she admitted to me that based on statistics, it was indeed correct when we said that we didn't have fair coverage on mainstream media. And so she's the last one, let's say, with who would write in favor of Vlaams Belang, but she still admitted, like, okay, the fact that with your very strong anti-migration stance, you're not capable of claiming the ownership 100% of the theme is because the mainstream media don't let you. Now, like I said, we circumvent this with social media, but it's nice that from an empirical study based on statistics, to be honest, it's a quite boring book. It's about numbers and figures, and you cannot imagine the formulas that she used. But she has now her doctorate on the University of Amsterdam, and she admitted it in so many words that indeed there was the political bias of, let's say, journalists, or in my opinion, are often more activists than journalists. Now, this said, we can go to the next slide. And the last slide are the future challenges. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have, so Vlaams Belang has invested a lot in Facebook. From all the parties, basically the most. To give you one number, from March to November, we spent 1,277,000 euros on social media, which is 4 times more than the largest political party in Belgium, and which is almost 18 times more than the Green Party. It's also because the Green Party traditionally they don't have much money. That's another debate. But still, it's also because they don't need it, because if there are exit polls or surveys in the editing room, the editor's room of the national media, the Green Party is the strongest. Even the Socialist Party complains that they are not well represented by the journalist branch of our society. Only the Greens are happy because they know that the majority of the journalists in Belgium are Greens. So they think that they don't need social media as much, but still those are quite impressive numbers. But the problem is, and as Mr. Gill also mentioned, if Twitter and Facebook don't bother even blocking one of the most successful profiles, which brings him the most traffic and money advertisement-wise, and they don't mind blocking him altogether, like the US, at the time US president, you understand that we as a small party don't have the same leverage as the former US president. And it happens more and more that we are members of our political party, or the political party itself is blocked. Some ads are put on a very low level, so you basically have to scroll for 1 hour till you find the ad of the party. But nevertheless, Facebook is still very happy to receive our money. And we start to circumvent, in the European Parliament, for example, we start to attack as well the monopoly position of Facebook and Twitter, which basically, in our opinion, Facebook has to be broken up, and the same with Twitter, etc. There has to be put a ban on a limit on the power that the boardrooms of private companies have on the democratic playground, let's say, market space. So the social media or the new market square where you stand up, like in London, you've got speakers, the corner where you can stand up and start talking. Basically, now this role is fulfilled by the social media. And there are a lot of legal theories on this, that also market-wise, but also democracy-wise, their position is unhealthy. Apart from that, it's never going to be because Frans Belang says so, that the European Union the Commission is going to follow suit. But nevertheless, we are raising the pressure. And on the other hand, we are starting to build up alternatives. So with direct communication with our voters through Telegram, which are basically sort of subscription lists, we try to undermine, let's say, the position of Facebook and Twitter. Twitter isn't so important, as Mr. Gill said. It's like an echo chamber of journalists and people who like to hear themselves. But nevertheless, you have to be present on Twitter. But we are looking for alternatives to build success also for those alternatives. And it's like with social media, once the genie is out of the bottle, it's impossible to put it back in. Facebook and Twitter have shot in their own foot. They made even the European Commission and even Angela Merkel realize the big power that they have. And where the European Union first said, we're going to hold the social media responsible for their content because we want them to act against hate speech, etc., etc. Now they're flipping completely and they're saying it's unhealthy how much power Twitter and Facebook have. Well, it's very weird. So only the American elections and the events at the Capitol and the response of Facebook and Twitter made them realize that basically they are dealing with Molochs who have way too much power. So it can turn to our benefit. So the fact that they used their power in such a harsh way, it even made the ones who thought they were safe for their power realize that basically this is an unhealthy situation. So we have the alternatives of Telegram. We started with, in a very premature way, with the Vlaamse Belang TV channel, where our president interviews other members of our political party. It's not a perfect form yet, but still it's a very low low entrance or level, how should I say it? It's very easy to click on it, and you don't. It's basically like normal people talk about politics, and not with the high and mighty with difficult words, etc. But what will happen probably, because the might of social media will be there for much more time, and we cannot rely on it, that we will start with the old-fashioned canvassing again. So it will be very labor intensive, but it will mean that with all the contacts that we build through social media, for example, and then I will end my talk, with the 11th of July, which is our national holiday, let's say, of Flanders, we invited people to ask for a flag, the national flag, the one you can see also in the back. And we got a lot of response for that. People like something for free, and they allowed us to contact them afterwards. And basically we did. So we went door by door and said, okay, you received the flag. Are you happy with it? Are you gonna raise it now on a national day, etc.? And maybe you're interested in becoming a member of our party. And that's how we build a personal relationship on the local level. And so this is what we're gonna have to do much more in the future. So I forgot the name of the program, to be honest, because it's an app you can download and it's very modern. You can click, you say, okay, this response, here they were not home, here they wanted more information, he wanted to become a member. He said, leave me alone, I just ordered a flag and I don't want to hear of you. Or I just ordered a flag to bug you because I thought I would make you pay for something, but basically I don't want it. All those things, all this information we knew, but that also meant that on a local level, here, for example, in my own commune where I live now, we had several hundred of people who said, listen, we are actually in favor of your ideas, and it's something we can work on in the future. One more last thing, and then I will end, because you asked about the European elections. Although in reality, the legal effects or power of the European Union is now much more important than the federal parliament, let alone the Flemish regional parliament. For most Belgians, the European elections is still, okay, there is also an election, so let's fill it in. The people are not really into the European elections. And also for a lot of politicians, Mr. Gill can correct me if I'm wrong, but for a lot of politicians, the European level is like the exit level. If you're finished at the national level, you know what, it's well paid being a member of parliament, of the European Parliament, with all the expenses. We will send you to the European Parliament, and it's like a pre-retirement plan for a lot of politicians. So although you would say normally that indeed being Brussels the seat, not the official seat, but the de facto seat of the European Parliament. Now, especially with Corona, we're not going to Strasbourg. And the money it makes for Belgium, it should be more of an interest to the Belgian voter, but unfortunately it isn't. I thank you for your attention. I hope I was sort of clear and concise, although sometimes I drifted off. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Erland. Very, very interesting. I have one conceptual question to you. Do you think that political parties which have more nationalistic idea, yeah, so more support national interest or national traditions, or like isolationism, will be more successful in Europe, or it's like period of time when people support such type of political forces, or it's maybe some systematic problem of European Union and European bureaucracy?
Well, in general, in politics, you know the balance. The swing goes from the left to the right, and that's something that you cannot avoid. But the main thing is that because of the assumption of the Eurocrats that we always need more and more Europe, which means more and more power to people who are not elected, because the European Commission are just are paid, are not elected. And they also admit that they need them because all the European countries can never agree because they have different agendas. So they needed people who are not elected to form policy for us. There is a democratic deficit of the European Union. It made European peoples realize that their identity is under pressure. One of the reasons that Brexit has succeeded is probably also because of the very successful campaign. But one of the reasons is also Angela Merkel, who said, you know what, we are Schaffendas, all the political refugees or would-be political refugees or migrants can come and we will manage. And basically Angela Merkel decided for the UK what they can manage or not, because people want to come to Europe, but find because of the specific identity with the national papers policy of there is no identity card in the UK. They find the UK also as an English-speaking country very interesting. And so we feel more and more that our identity is under pressure. So I think we are a nationalist party because, let's say, we have the ideology that is grounded where we're founded on, but most people don't care about nationalism as an ideology. They care, every human being cares about his identity. And that's a very powerful political, let's call it tool, but it's the essence of a human being, your identity. And that's why I think that parties who defend the identity of their people will never be on the losing side. Even when, like for example, in Austria, they had a backlash after some difficulties the party went through. I don't want to get into that, but I still think in the long term, the identity parties will be on the winning side because they answer to a need of every human being. And I think as such, it's a beautiful thing that to have an identity, to feel stronger about it, and also to respect one another's identity. And the fact that he should be able to live his identity on his own territory.
For sure.
I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, it's answered to your question. And the next presentation will be mine because we're still waiting Elias from Tanzania, and then we will waiting for our colleagues from Nigeria. So that's why I think that now my presentation will be perfectly correct because it's a little connected with your points and points of Mr. Gill. I try to explain also our case from Ukraine, and it's my personal case of political party national platform, and it's case of creating new political force with my own experience, because I'm for a long time worked with big Ukrainian politicians and understand that we have one more huge problem, that people who came from Soviet Union has Soviet Union mind. And in 1990, when we separate from Soviet Union, people who was in the power, it were people like we call them red leaders, red because they were in the Communist Party. After this, in power were also, like it's called, pink leaders, because they were not red, but also have resources from the process of privatization and came with the same mind. And after it, we also have people from Yanukovych team. As you know, it's also revolution against this team. It were a little criminal in the type of governance. And in this period and period further, we in Ukraine have extremely bad situation with hope and with understanding and with believing to political institutions. So now less than 20 and even 10% in some institutions of supporting people this institution, like Ukrainian parliament, Ukrainian government, Ukrainian courts. So it's big systematic problems, and I think that we can salute this problem only within rational long-term party building, because as Zelensky, on my point of view, shows, Zelensky is famous person in the world, as you know. It was a person who lead famous TV show, and this famous TV show is about a teacher who became a president, and people support him like self-made man. But he built party for 2 months, and of course it were totally unprofessional people, and now we have crisis. But about our cases, so after all this thinking with people from middle class, yes, so who have experience and some money, we have a solution to create a political force. It's called National Platform. Why National Platform? Because as Erland and Nathan said, we also understand that we need to support national interest. In Ukraine, it's extremely important because Ukraine understands, like, if or we work with Russian side, and as you know, we have war with Russia now, or we work with American side, like Western world. But in this conversation, this world or this world, we a little don't understand what is Ukrainian world, what is our interest in economy, and what is our interest in policy. And that's why it's platform like basic, like stable situation, and national, like also with some instruments of national neo-protectionism and economy, and of course some national tradition and citizenship, patriotic understanding of Ukrainian as citizenship. Because as our colleagues and Mr. Rao from India mentioned, for people who was in different imperia here in Ukraine in different periods of time, we fight against imperial Russian regime, then imperial Austrian regime, Poland, and also now in hybrid war. And that's why it's also very important to understand that we can have different ethnics. For example, in Ukraine, we have many ethnical groups. It's ethnical Ukrainians, ethnical Russians, ethnical Jews, ethnical Tatars, ethnical Moldovan, and so on and so forth. Very many ethnical, but we are all citizens of Ukraine. And we start also, we haven't in Ukraine mostly channels is channels of oligarchs. I think that also people in post-Soviet Union countries understand that. That's why we create not practice like Erland and Nathan said, but we create practice of direct communication and like a grassroots campaign in regions. We start to write as NGO, firstly, not like party, but like NGOs strategy of country. And we wrote that strategy by sectors. So today, for example, we work on strategy in energy, and we collect people all who understand and who are really experts in energy. It were people who support our movement to become a party, and people who was interested in the process. And for example, other group work on agriculture, third group work on national idea, and so on and so forth. And in this way, we do something. So first thing, it's growing of our network. Second, it's working on specific issue. third, it's educational things that people must understand what is policy making process and how it must be. And fifth, it's like a grassroots campaign. So if you're interested in changes, you can join to new movements. And it's also interesting thing that in Ukraine, we have more than 300 political forces, but real political forces, it's like 25, not more, with regional political forces. Other political forces uses for technical issues on elections, in some points in falsification for elections. So they sell their members. It's very dirty thing. And that's why the next step of our work was also unobvious. We said that mostly political forces created by buying documents, you know. So I think that people from different not so rich countries understand what I'm talking about. We collect 13,000 signatures for creating a party. I think that if technical staff can help me show a slide where we collecting these signatures. We collecting it like in digital campaign by Facebook advertising and YouTube advertising, and also on gathering. Firstly, it's were before lockdown, and then it's were on lockdown. I will show you. So we do some tents and wrote in the internet that you can came to the point to the tent with our represent, or to we haven't on such type office, but to people who are interested in creating parties, and give your signatures. It's very important because in Ukraine, I think that in other countries also, you have the same situation that you must collect all the signatures to any, for example, direct democracy way, or to creating political movements in like in paper. That's why it was extremely interesting experience, because other political parties said that, oh, nobody do this, nobody collect real this election, these signatures. And it's also very interesting that unfortunately our Ministry of Justice, who registered political forces, of course said through the people, not directly, but through the people, that it were bribes. And if you don't want to pay bribe, you also must you don't have a registration to political force. If we will show the next slides, we do demonstrations against this situation, and we also do petitions to. It's in the next slides will be where demonstration we can show. When we do demonstration, when TV channel who were in opposite way also said that I can come and show how we create this political force. Ministry of Justice said that, oh no, keep our bribe silence, and they signed to register our political force. I tell them this because I think that its experience must be also useful for people in Russia, for people in other post-Soviet Union countries to fight with corruption on this way, because some people understand that, oh no, it's very hard and tough situation to create new political force. Of course, for me it's a little easier because I understand the process of communication, but it really can be. And this demonstration was also behind big number of police, and you can see that also street direct movement is very effective even in today period of social media work. And Erland also said and show that it can be effective. Can you move to the next slides if it's possible? And of course, when we work in this, work in these committees, we create like social lifts and also educational program for people. So for example, if you wanna in future work in energy sector, you must work in energy committee. And I think that it's also good in a position to take people who have not so deep experience, but who want to go to power and to do educational program and create also social lives. Next slide. If we're talking also about the period of populism, and in Ukraine it's very rising, as you know, oligarchy political forces spent in Ukraine more than $30 million from every oligarchic political parties to elections to parliament. You must understand that I think for our country, it's extremely important to do grassroots and to work in fields. It's my point, which can be different through the point of people from richest countries that use only social media. In our country, not every person can buy a smartphone. Not every person, I work in villages, often can have good access to internet. In villages, not GSM good access in every village, but it's country in Europe. That's why now when we fight for our registration, we prepare our structure to some constructive ways. And when I asked Mr. Gill about rational think, he is extremely right that of course it must be also valuable thing, because if you haven't any value in message, you can't win an elections. But now we do campaigning all over Ukraine about like direct democracy. And I know, and I want to discuss this point, that direct democracy also very popular trend today, because we have new instruments of direct democracy. For example, now we have very big problems with fees on electricity and of heating of houses, because pension, for example, it's from $90 to $200. It's for months, and that's why for people very tough to pay for all these fees. We create programs of direct democracy for collecting signatures, for solution, for local budget to give money to some energy efficiency system for old houses with flats, of course, like condominium, to help people to pay less. So it's helped to do grassroots campaign, and of course I think that it's also extremely interesting for colleagues, because it's helped to connect emotional way, and like we don't want an oligarchic party, with rational way, that this party is useful for you, that it's some direct democracy and direct thing to solve your problem now. Because in Ukraine, many people after revolutions don't believe that huge things it's possible. For example, they believe that fees will be lower, but with new president, fees higher extremely. I also said that in our post-Soviet Union countries, it's very important to show your position to international community, because when Trump was president, has my friend, it's his advisor of Mr. Trump, Mr. Caputo, and we also show to them our process of party building, and then we give petition to White House and petition to also European institution about pressure to our political forces course, in the process of registration. So that's why it's also important to have these tools in our countries when we also work with injustice. And I think that injustice, for example, in Russia, it's totally, and in Belarus, which we saw now. And also one more interesting trend. Can you please show all presentation by slides and not with my speech, but show presentation by slides. And and it's like our activities and other slides also. And if we talking, you can show other slides also with our stands. So next, please. I also wanted to talk that it's also important to see trends of women's leadership and engagement of young people and women to political forces. And as you can see on the next slide, if you show next slide, it's also many people like women and young people wanted to take part in policy. And the last my issue, I think that it's very important to set to people that politics is not bad thing, because people in post-Soviet Union countries sometimes understand that policy is bad thing. Now it's a thing of influence, and I think that also our work as political managers also have very different understanding what we do. And in US, in European Union, we show that also it's quite important to show that it's about correct communication. So our presentation also can be useful for you if you have some ideas also in future for experience exchange. I think that my experience in field work also will be useful for you if you need some more engagement, grassroots campaign tools in the circle. Okay, we can show presentation to the end, and my presentation is the end for this, and it's time for our it's our
I quickly add something. Something that neither Mr. Gill or I mentioned, but it's not because we're in a wealthy country that everybody has a smartphone. A very large part of our electorate are older people, and they sort of stepped out of the digitalization run, and we are very aware of this. So we keep on doing the traditional things, like to our members, we send letters. The old people really appreciate this. And even on a local level, just to say, we like to send a happy birthday card to our members. The old people really enjoy this, receiving this from us. So it's not that we totally neglect the old-fashioned way of communication with our members, or that we can do so. It's absolutely not the case. So just wanted to add.
Thank you. I think that here it's professionals. They understand that it works only in circle, only in steps of communication. So sometimes people who are not professional understand that it's one magic thing which can help. Of course it's not. But now if we can also hear our next participant from Nigeria. It's I'm sorry for spelling, Udeuova Adesola, if I spell right. She works as political expert in Nigeria, and also she has economy education and work in policy, corporate research, analysis. She believes she believes that organization to fully realize its vision and make a significant impact to a sector, and also she believes in knowledge, and that if I understand right, we must also do programs for financial education, economy education. It's for sure right, and I think that she can explain to us what is policy looks like in Nigeria. I think that some problems we can have in parallel in Nigeria and in Ukraine, for example, like influence of a big capital, maybe corruption, if you're ready to talk about it. And also, please, can you mention about elections and about ideologies in your country? And of course, I think that it's extremely important to have parallel between economy and political science. So please, our technical staff help us to connect Ms. Adesola to our conversation. If it's possible.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to turn my video on real quick.
In some places it's morning, in some evening, because it's in Kazakhstan, I think it's a quite evening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Thank you all for having me on here. My name is Oludamilare Adesola, and I'm a political and economic consultant working in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm just going to quickly just go on into my speech. I actually intended to create some slides, but I wasn't able to do so due to other personal commitments. So I'll just be giving a speech, and so I would really appreciate it if everyone just follows me along the thought process that I am trying to build in this conversation. So first of all, I would like to thank SIC Group for having me for this great insightful forum. It's great to interact with like-minded intellectuals, and I'm happy for this opportunity. So over the next few minutes, about 10 minutes or so, I will be highlighting trends that will influence Africa's political landscape over the next decade, and what the implications of these trends will be on economic and human development for the continent. But before I go on into the trends for the future, I would like to highlight some of the trends that we have seen in the past. You know, it's important for me to do that so that you can see the contrast between what has been and what is likely to be. So just a quick overview. We all know most of Africa was colonized, and following the collapse of colonialism from 1950s to 1970s, there was a widespread of democratization of African countries. This was hijacked in some countries by authoritarian regimes, military coups, using Nigeria as an example. Nigeria gained its independence in 1960, and from 1966 to 1993, there were 9 military coups. So this was the trend. Today on paper, most African countries are democratic. And I say on paper because it's really just, you know, in the sense that they conduct periodic elections. Now, whether these elections are free and fair is another conversation that we will be having along in this conversation. So, but this trend, this move to democracy really has a lot to do with globalization. And although Africa as a continent tends to lag behind when it comes to following trends, we do eventually jump on and we follow global trends. So whether it's capitalism or processes or structures, even lifestyle trends, Africa tends to follow what we see the West or even the East doing. And this is the same thing when it comes to political processes and democracy. Now, whether or not democracy is the best format, that is another conversation that a lot of people have. You know, people talk about whether democracy is the best kind of political structure for Africa, given its current structure and how it is, the division, whatever it is. There's a lot of argument, but I'm not going to get into that argument right now. But in reality, although as I said on paper, most countries are democracies, in reality, only a few uphold the true sense of democracy and what it stands for. According to Freedom House Index, which measures the extent to which political rights and civil liberties are upheld within the state. Only 11 African countries are listed as free. And so free looks at, considers free and fair elections, freedom of the press, rule of law, rights of minorities, etc. And only 11 countries, so these include Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, in Southern Africa, includes Senegal, Nigeria, Benin Republic in the West. Mauritius is the only Eastern African country to be listed as free on that index. And we know that East Africa has a lot of the notorious dictators. We have Paul Kagame in Rwanda, who has been in power since 2000. That's about 20 years of his regime. And then we have Yoweri Museveni. There was an election that just happened in Uganda, and there was a lot of issues with that elections, and a lot of people have raised concerns about how free and fair those elections really were. Museveni has been in power since 1986 or something like that, about 34 years. He has been the president of Uganda. Now, although there has actually been a decline in dictatorship. So we look at Tunisia, for example. Tunisia, before 2011. So Tunisia had a dictator ruling, that was Zain Ben Ali. He ruled from 1989 to 2011. And now Tunisia, on the Freedom House Index, Tunisia is listed as free. So we have seen a decline in some of these patterns of whether it comes to dictatorships, even corruption. There a lot of countries have moved up, the transparency index, and a lot, because I think it also again has to do with globalization, and there's been a lot of outside there's a lot of outside concerns, whether it's human rights agencies, Amnesty International, all these ones are raising concerns, and so that is causing a lot of change to happen inside some of these countries. But still today, Sub-Saharan Africa has 19 ruling dictators whose regimes are marked by, the typical absolute power, brutalism, repression of opposition, of the rule of law, etc. And this trend that we have seen, some of the things that I have just highlighted, has been supported by low political participation. And so we look at the Ugandan election that I was just talking about, only 57% of registered voters actually voted. And again, a lot of that has to do with the existing perceptions that people have. So we know, I don't want to go into it, but I'll just give a brief highlight. There was a lot of violence. There was a lot of repression of the person who was popularly known as Bobby Wine. He was running against the current, the incumbent Museveni, and there was a lot of violence around that. Soldiers were involved, the military were repressing opposition and anybody who expressed any form of support for this, for the opposition. And so that again had something to do with that low voter turnout. We also look at Nigeria in 2019. Nigeria had about 49%, 50% of registered voters who actually turned out to vote on the day. And this has followed some of the trends that we have seen in the past. Another one that I would like to highlight is low levels of education. Now, for somebody to appropriately, so first of all, we know that I've talked about whether elections are free and fair. Let's even assume that elections are free and fair. Do Africans have the capacity to assess a political candidate based on competence? That is something that has caused a lot of concerns. And for people to be able to assess, there's a level of critical thinking that is required. And although Africa has about a 90% literacy rate, that really just looks at reading and writing. But the ability to really appropriately participate in politics, in the sense that you are assessing a political candidate based on their manifesto, based on their personality, based on what they're saying, what they've done, their track record, and all of those sort of things, has a lot to do with the critical thinking ability of the citizens. And right now in Africa, that is on a low level. Instead, right now, what we are seeing is that political aspirants are being assessed based on religion, based on age, based on origin. And I say origin because some people probably think you can't run for a political seat in a country if you're not from the country. That is true, but we have to understand that a lot of African countries were really just constructs of their colonial masters. And using Nigeria as an example, Nigeria has over we have over 200 tribes in the country. And so and even within some of these tribes, there are some differences. And so I use myself as an example. I'm Yoruba, and Yoruba is one of the major tribes within the country. But some people will say, oh, this person is Ijebu Yoruba, which is a different kind of Yoruba. And, you know, you might look at them in a different way than you would somebody who was Lagos Yoruba. And that is just some of the things that just, you know, that feed into people's perceptions of political candidates, which is not an appropriate yardstick for measuring because we really should be looking at competence. So these are just some of the things that I've highlighted. Another thing is corruption, political parties, the way they elect their representatives to run for the political seats. A lot of it is controlled by godfatherism, widespread voter manipulation, voter buying, you know, people buying voters cards, people registering fake people who don't exist, registering and getting voters cards just so they can go and vote, violence. All of this is sort of the things that are still, we still see in the African scene when it comes to politics and elections. But now looking on to the next decade and some of the trends that we would see that would support a decline in some of the trends that we have seen in the past, and would also strengthen the existing structure. I'm going to highlight two things, and they're sort of interwoven. The first thing is social media. Now, this is not a trend that is unique to Africa, but like I said, Africa hops on, maybe a little late, but we do hop on some of the trends that we see worldwide. And we all know that the importance of social media in politics cannot be overstated. And it is a trend that Africa is not excluded from. The ability of social media to news, and that is where the power lies, the ability for it to infiltrate different communities with information. Now, whether the information is true or false is another question and is another argument, but that information that is being spread, that proliferation of information, has the ability to change the perceptions of citizens, whether it's their perceptions of political political holders, of political aspirants, of development issues, whatever it is. And this is what we're going to see as the defining factor in Africa's politics in the next decade. And this impact is all the more powerful when taken into consideration the fact that the youth are the majority in Africa. So they're not just the majority on social media, but they are the majority in Africa, making up about 60%. About 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25. That statistics is as at 2019. And their increased use of social media as a political tool will drive the next trend that I'm highlighting, which is youth activism. So I've mentioned social media and I've mentioned youth activism. One perfect event or occurrence that has happened that perfectly merges these two trends, social media and youth activism, is Nigeria's EndSARS movement that occurred in October 2020. I don't know how many people are familiar with it, but the protest officially started, I think it was the 9th of October, and a group of youth camped outside Lagos State Secretariat in protest of the maltreatment and extortion, by SARS. SARS is a police agency which stands for the Anti-Robbery Squad, and they were initially introduced a long time ago, probably in the 90s. They were introduced to curb theft and robbery that was occurring in society, and they've sort of moved that mandate to then internet fraud. And there's a lot of argument that goes on, is that how can you catch internet fraud by being on the street? And so what that then resulted in is extortion. So they would profile a young person, you know, the person has dreadlocks, you know, the person has whatever it is that they're using as a metric to determine if this person could be an internet fraudster. And they would, you know, maltreat the person, take funds from the person, whatever it is. And that has been going on for a long time. Amnesty International confirmed the number of maltreatment and extortion, about 82, that's from 2017 to 2020, about 82 confirmed cases. And so these protests they started online and they moved to the streets. So people started camping at different notable venues across the country. It started in Lagos, but it spread and it gained significant momentum, and it became a movement that was covered internationally by some of the biggest media house, CNN, Washington Post, etc. Everybody and anybody was talking about it. Even at a certain point, even some of the So some celebrities and important political holders across the international community were talking about this thing and tweeting about it. And one thing that I want to highlight when it comes to youth activism is that the way that protest was coordinated is something that it really needs to be studied. That the organic nature, we had multiple groups of people, and although they were operating in different silos, they had this sort of thread that was defining them, the ability to mobilize volunteers. There were groups that were crowd-raising platforms. So as the Feminist Coalition raised about 150 million naira, which is about $750,000 just within about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks, they raised this money that covered feeding, legal services, medical care for protesters. So that organic nature of the protest is something that is very, very critical to that youth activism we are going to see. And again, some of these things, that youth activism, because I guess our country leaders are not very familiar with this. And so initially what the government wanted to do was to meet that with a sort of with opposition. So they didn't fully accepted, although they had told us that we had our demands, and they said our demands included the disbandment of the police group, as well as compensation for victims, and we had about 5 demands that we listed, and they said that yes, they were going to concede to those demands, but ultimately we didn't trust that they would. So there's a lot of distrust that exists and has worsened, because on the 20th of October, which was the sort of boiling point for the protest, the military took to the streets. So protesters were on the streets, and the military took to the streets firing at protesters. And this was, again, this is the power of social media. This was carried live by a protester who was on the ground. And so it then shows you how information can really spread very, very fast. If those people, there were a few other people who recorded and posted, but if we didn't see those videos, we would not have believed the people who came back from that to come and tell us about our experience. So that just shows that power for social media and the youth. And
can I ask this here a question, if it's possible? Yeah. So it's very interesting. What is the nature of authoritarian regime? So it's like pressure within military sector, and it's like fear of people who not have success to good education. In post-Soviet Union countries, also we have people who haven't success to, for example, university education. Now it's better, but we have this situation. They can support also people like a strong hand, So is it the same in electoral, electoral response for strong hands? Or it's more like pressure within military? Of course, we know about all sad points in your history, in history of Africa, not Nigeria, but genocide in Rwanda and other things. So how it happened to transforming within this strong hands and military pressure to democracy way? You mentioned some points, but I think that we can discuss more points. We have, I think, 5 minutes more, and the next it will be a position of a member of European Parliament.
Okay. So I would say that, so right now what it is that there's a mixture of the two. There's the strong hand and there's the military pressure. But again, that trend, the movement from where we are now in a sort of repressive electoral process where opposition is attacked, is going to be really motivated or pushed by some trends such as education. I mentioned about how the level of critical thinking of the populace is very, very almost directly correlated to their ability to elect the appropriate leader for them. And I think that is something that is going to be a defining factor. Now, why I mentioned youth activism and social media as some of these things is that its ability to be a catalyst. And the key thing there is accountability. A lot of African leaders are not accountable, and it's because, again, of the low political participation. But now we have this youth emerging, so when I say youth, I mean people who are under the age of 35, 30, who are sort of emerging to just sort of, ask questions and oppose things that have existed for so long, like the NSAS that I mentioned in Nigeria has been in place since the 90s, and they've been doing what they've been doing since then. So it's just, having that pool of people and to sort of channel it into the right direction, showing the different forms of political participation. Because a lot of people are of the opinion that, okay, political participation means you should go and start your own political party and run against the incumbent, but not all the time. Sometimes it really just is accountability, holding them accountable, asking questions, attending town hall meetings, and just placing demands on the government. And so I think that's what is going to be defining trend that is really going to shift that political structure to a place where we will not just be authoritarian regimes or hybrid regimes, but more towards the upper band of being full democracies or flawed democracies. I don't know if that answers your question.
One moment, yeah, for sure. I think that it's extremely important because our regions must have economy grow, and I know Africa has already economy grow, and it's very important to understand how political elites in good reason of what elites form now in these countries. Thank you one more time for participation, and please also be with us, because the next speaker will be Vassilis Bokos. He is attorney for blockchain and political consultant, and he also was owner of Vassilis Bokos Attorney and Associates. Also was advisor of Angelos Manolakis in Parliament of Greece. In 2015, he works also in Parliament of Greece, and for a long time he worked in Greece in a policy. I think it's very interesting because Greece also have some problems with European Union, and the European Union said that these problems started from political movements in Greece. But can you please also give to us your experience in Greece policy and maybe some cases in Greece communication, field communication, digital communication, maybe some law aspects about elections and so on and so forth, please, Mr. Bokos.
Thank you, Katerina. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me in your event. I hope you can hear me very well. And
yes, it's well, thanks.
Thank you once again. So many thanks for bringing me here today in this panel. Let me first of all introduce myself. I am Vassilis Bokos. I'm attorney at law, as before mentioned Katerina, here in Athens Bar Association in Greece, in civil and commercial law. Simultaneously, I am political advisor since 2004, and I'm working as a scientific assistant for the Greek Parliament in Athens. I'm in expertise on matters concerning the ministries of internal affairs, justice, civilian protection, economy, environment, and energy. Since 2017, I'm specialized in blockchain technology and in blockchain law, providing consulting support in blockchain companies, crowdfunding, and corporations of share economy, such as Airbnb. Responding to the challenge of the new digital era established by blockchain technology, I am involving in digital currency and I'm handling cases of investors or entrepreneurs who are involved in digital currencies and digital economy. Furthermore, I drafted the first lease rental contract here in Greece, with the rent agreed to be paid in digital currency, and I am making the appropriate adjustments and compliance in legal texts and agreements of companies. I'm Secretary General of the Board of Directors in the Association of Artificial Intelligence here in Greece, and my main interests are environment, energy, climate change, EU, and policy strategy. Coming now to my presentation on this panel. This will be just 10 minutes because I have to leave after that. Our main topic, digital shift in communications. I will present a procedure of shaping a climate law using digital tools here in Greece. Living in a lockdown economy, every one of us, the pandemic phenomenon of coronavirus was a major accelerator of two big transitions, the digital transition of the economy and the society, but also the green transition of the economy and the society. So waiting for the third and the fourth wave of coronavirus, all democracies are facing tremendous challenges for more than 1 year now. They try to find solutions and digital solutions in every big or minor problem. People are the most of the day in their homes and in front of a screen like us here today, of their laptops or on their mobile phones. This period are the period of multi-level crisis, of a health crisis, of a social crisis, of a democracy crisis, of an upcoming economic crisis, and of course, last but not least, the climate crisis. Facing the problem of the climate change, the climate crisis, on the one hand, and the lack of interest on politics, the democracy crisis, on the other hand, here in Greece are two separate ongoing web-designed procedures trying to bridging the two problems and trying to find solutions with digital tools, empowering the protection of the environment and empowering the participation of the people in the real legislation procedures. The one procedure comes from WWF Greece and an NGO platform called Vuli Watch. The other procedure comes from the Socialist Party, in which I am consultant for energy and environmental issues. Both efforts are based on questionnaires, on specific advisory boards, and an interactive communication with the people who take part on this. WWF Greece and Vuli Watch, the NGO, the partner of WWF here in Greece, with the support of scientists and experts, are taking action to shield the country from the worst effects of the climate crisis. You know, the Mediterranean countries, they will be facing the major problems with climate change, especially Greece here in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Public Debate Initiative aims to formulate an ambitious proposal for a national climate law based on a solid scientific basis and in line with the country's economic, social and development policy, with the aim of curbing rising temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The focus on the initiative is in a new platform in klimatikosnomos.gr. The citizens and institutions will be able to co-formulate the climate law proposal in this web page. From the 7th of December until the 5th of February, the visitors of the website will be able to participate in a relevant opinion poll. This is a questionnaire there with 10 short questions, not over 5 minutes long to fulfill, which focus on issues related to the climate crisis, as well as measures and policies to deal with it. Thousands of people have already given the answers to this questionnaire. The impressive thing, but not surprisingly for me, finding from the participation so far in this procedure of WWF is the mass participation of young people. The fact that over 41% of the participants are young people aged from 16 to 24 years old, and if we will put and we will add to these people the people aged from 25 to 34, we will have a percent approximately over 60% of the participants are young people aged from 16 to 34 years old. A more political procedure is the procedure of the Socialist Party, in which I am personally involved. The party decided to discuss in his inside themes of energy and environment a core text of draft law, taking into account other countries' experience, but also the opinion of its members. First of all, we scanned the climate laws from other 6 countries, the UK, France, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, and New Zealand. We made out our digital comparison tool through blockchain technology, examining the other laws of those countries in 3 directions. First direction, for the principles of the law, second direction for their objectives, and third direction for their basic settings. We isolated with this digital tool all the common elements in all 3 directions that all the legislations of the 6 countries had, and we adapted into the text the conditions of the administrative system here in Greece. In order to shape ideologically this text, because we are talking about for a party, for a political party, we have also turned around our members of the party a digital questionnaire. After that, we are going to make a webinar with the president of the party, announcing the principles, the objectives, and the basic regulations of our draft climate law. Both in our efforts and in the effort of WWF Greece here, for the use of digital tools in the formulation of a climate law, special importance is given to open data and transparency. These 2 words, open data and transparency, are the key words for us in the political party, but also for the initiative of WWF. Open data and transparency must be of high priority in a modern democracy everywhere. The answer to the question of who controls and through what process the big data and the metadata will determine our future. As I said before, we are living in a period of multi-level crisis, but we are living also in a period of multi-level transitions. Energy transition, digital transition, social transitions, and industrial transition. I believe that blockchain and DLT, decentralized technologies, are the digital tools for practicing this transition, and they are shaping the digital mirror of our real world. If we don't like this real world, let us try to change it and do not throw stones to its digital mirror. The digital shift, not only into communication, is here right now. We don't have to accuse the digital tools, because democracy has to renew its tools and its approaches through these tools. Especially young people do not want just to vote. Democracy is not just voting every 4 or 5 years, but it's in a everyday participation in each big or minor problem, and the digital shift can give some answers on this everyday participation. So with the above ideas and words, I apologize for my withdrawal, and I hope that you found interesting my presentation. Hope to see you by flesh here in Greece in our next event. Thanks again, Katerina, and I'm ready here to hear your questions. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you one more time. For me, it's very interesting. Do like voters interested in the cases of, for example, climate change or global cases? And for me, it's also very interesting that you have problems with international funds. As we know, with international aid, and many people in Greece were against international finance institutions. If I right, because for example, here in Ukraine, we have also the situation when people said that we don't support government who take credits for country, and we must give these credits for country. It's interesting if you know about this voters' position. For us, it will be extremely interesting. And one more, in Greece now, people more supported left wing or right wing. What ideology its people more support?
Let me begin with the second question. Right now we have a conservative government, but for 4 years we had a left-wing government. It is true that Greece has passed through a decade of serious crisis, not only economic but also social crisis. But we have overcome this crisis, and we are trying to put development, social development, and green development here in our country. But then comes coronavirus, and we are again in depression. So people want to participate, but they want also to have the tools. They want to have the possibility to take new knowledge and to have their own voice on special issues like climate change. I hope that digital tools and the digital transition will help us to reshape democracy, and we will try to find new procedures and to give to other countries also our experience from democracy.
Thank you. Thank you one more time. Now we have time or to a little breakup or to discussion this reports. I prefer discussion. Maybe some of our panelists have questions to other panelists, or we have questions from our people who listen. You can send it to technical, so panelists can ask directly other panelists, and if we have questions from audience, technical staff will send it to me. Dear panelists, do you have some points for conversation or discussion?
Yeah, this is Vijay Rao here from India.
Yes.
It was a good talk by Mr. Vassilis' books. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. I hear that he's an expert on the blockchain technology. So I just wanted to ask you if you've experimented this technology on any electioneering services or politicology, let's say about digital voting or about managing the beneficiaries for the government, managing the data of the population for the government. Anything on these lines, sir?
Yes, our experiment is the first one in a political party which are based on blockchain technology. This is not the general principle, but we are the first party. We are trying to base our communication and our policy analysis on blockchain technology. And this example of shaping the climate law with taking into account other legislations and taking into account people's voice and people's proposals and the proposals of the members of the party is the first example that we are basing this policy procedure on blockchain technology. I don't know other examples here in Greece, and we are the first one, but the state, as far as I know, are trying also to take into account the blockchain technology in the transport chain and to a new supply chain. But this is very in the early stages. They don't have something to promote. Something that is promoting is our procedure by shaping the climate law, as I presented before to you.
Okay. I mean, this is very interesting, and probably I might want to connect with you offline as well to understand more about it and probably see if I can learn something from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. If India supports your technology, I think it's will be a huge success with this number of voters and of people who interested in. I know that Delhi also very successful in IT technology now, one of the first in the world. Okay, maybe other speakers have questions or maybe some conclusions about this block of our discussion.
I have one more question for Erland, Pison and Nathan Gill as well.
Yes, feel free.
I heard that apart from social media marketing, they're also into traditional ways of communication, wherein they write letters to elderly people and the elderly electorate in general. So I just wanted to understand more about this. I mean, is it an automated process or is it a manual process what you guys undertake to reach your communication targets?
I can quickly answer. It's very old-fashioned. So
okay.
basically, because I'm also active locally, president here of the local branch, let's say, of the party. And on a monthly basis, I get access to with a list of the new members in my commune. And I'm asked to reach out and to contact them and to get to know them personally. So that's, like I said, it's really like old-fashioned politics, almost going door by door. And so the letters basically, yeah, there's not so much automated as you can imagine. Everything what's sent out from national, it's automated. So there's almost no hands touching that. It's also impossible with thousands of members. It has to go fast. if even the, let's say, the letters are going into the envelope automatically, etc. So, but on a local level, it's very, I have to admit, very old-fashioned. So, but somehow, especially the older people value this a lot. So even in modern times, you cannot rely on social media or internet alone. People need to see a face in real life, need to hear your voice. And sometimes you have to look people in the eye to know whether or not you can believe him and trust him. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes, you know, old is still gold. So probably I might want to connect with you offline as well. I mean, we have an electioneering service which is called as a family letter, something similar to what you just explained now. I would just want to discuss it with you to understand if there are any ways in which we can improvise it and, you know, make it much better.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You have my contact.
Thank you so much.
And I think that it's very interesting also to discuss. I have one friend, Mr. Zimmerman, and his colleague, Mr. Lieberman. They work with micro-targeting and big data technologies in DC. And they show me how it works and how user also can be safe in this process. But the last trends said to us that it's not true in some moments. As you know, for example, in Ukraine, we have very short points for targeting in political ads. So, for example, if I do some advertising from my party, I must pay from me or from members of party and show it in anti-corruption reports. I don't know how it works in Africa, for example, but can maybe Mr. Gill or Mr. Pison explain, do they use micro-targeting? And I think that it's very, popular trend term. What is it, how it can use, and some people believe that it's magic point. Maybe you have your position to this micro-targeting discussion.
Yeah, so
sorry, go ahead.
Basically, micro-targeting became very popular because of Trump and because of Brexit. What we did was we used data to make sure that we were getting our message through to people that we knew supported us and voted us. So we knew what our demographic was. We knew that it would be older people, that it would be primarily male, that they would be working class people, and we were able to target specifically for that. But then also we created the exact same advertisement, but for different people. So for instance, in Britain, the accent, the way that you speak is very important. If you have what people consider to be a posh accent, like a southern accent, then people in the north of England are less likely to switch on and engage. And so we would have the exact same political advertisement narrated by people of different accents, regional accents, and then we would make sure that if you was accessing that advertisement and you lived in the north of England or Scotland, you would get a local accent on the exact same messaging. So that's one thing that we did. I think just going back to the last point as well about communication, it is crucial, it's so important that we actually communicate face-to-face if possible. And I think coronavirus is going to change the way that we all operate. But what we made sure was that the political party that I belong to, we had literally hundreds of local organizations. And as soon as somebody joined the party, a representative from the local organization would contact that person and invite them personally to a face-to-face meeting with other members. And that was a way for us to find out whether these people were engaging, whether they had skills that we could use, whether they were potential candidates for us in future elections. So that was something that we did and we built on. And I think one of the big growths of our party and our movement was the fact that we were able to identify and utilize people and their skill sets very early on. Because when you don't have a lot of money, you've got to use your free assets, and our free assets were our membership or our supporters. So, you know, I would absolutely recommend that people do that. During political campaigns, we had teams of people who would handwrite letters to the voters. And in Britain, we know who votes. We have lists, what's called a marked register. So when you actually physically vote, the register is marked to say that you have you've actually voted. So in the next election, we would target people who we knew actually went out and voted, instead of just targeting the entire electorate, of which 70% of them don't even bother to vote. So we would handwrite messages and hand deliver them. And it had a huge effect, because people felt that they weren't just receiving some automated message from a party machine who didn't really care about them, but actually they were getting something from one of their neighbors, somebody in their community, who was saying something like, hey, I'm just like you, but guess what? There's something better. We can all join together, join this movement, and we can change our country for the better. And it was really, really powerful and really effective. So that's just a few things that we did during our campaigning. But there's no magic bullet, Katerina, at all. There's, you know, this micro targeting. Yes, it does exist. You need to know what you're doing. You need to employ people who know what they're doing, or have people on your team. But as well, you need to know who your demographic are, because if you're micro-targeting the wrong people, you're wasting your money and your time. So one of the main things that all political parties need to know and understand is, who are they talking to? Who are their audience? And make sure that you are targeting that audience, because getting the voters out, I think every country in the world has this issue. You've got to get your voters to the ballot box, because it's pointless having 99% support and only 1% of those people come out and vote for you, because you're not going to win.
So you firstly it's focus groups or pools, and then targeting on the result of this pools, if I understand right, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. So know who you need to target. And then as well, I think one of the things that we did, which was very useful, we didn't just go for the people that we already had. So the hunting analogy was that, you know, you've got a shotgun with two shots in it, and the ducks are flying by, and you shoot one and it goes down, and then you shoot the other one and you clip it, and it's still alive, but it's in the bushes. You don't go for the one that you've got, you go after the one that's still alive. And that is what we did. We realized we were a 10% party. Whatever happened, 10% of the voters were going to vote for us, rain or shine. These people were motivated and dedicated. But on 10%, we were never going to do anything. So we had to raise the bar. We had to figure out a way of getting those people who we may have affected or may have got through to, but they were still not convinced enough to vote for us. So we would go into the heartlands, we would go into the areas where you would think, well, you know, the cities, London, Cardiff, metropolitan places, you know, with an anti-immigration message that we had, you would think, well, what's the point of going in there? Because London is 60% made up of immigrants and Cardiff is 40% made up of immigrants. But actually, we knew, target those areas, because, you know, I'm just using this as an example, but you'll have to find your own. Most immigrants are actually afraid of more immigration because the new immigrants take away their jobs. So we were able to go in, and actually it was incredible the amount of ethnic minorities who joined our party or who were supporters and voters of us, even though the mainstream media told everybody that we were racist and that nobody who was ethnic would vote for us, you know. But actually, we changed that demographic within our party by going after the other 90%. So targeting is crucial, because you've got to raise yourself from your plateau. If you stay on your plateau, your party's dead. You've got to keep on raising your plateau, going after new audiences.
Thank you so much. I know that our translator who do synchron translate ask for a little rest for 10-15 minutes. So it's, if possible, we will take a 10-15 minutes rest, and then we will be in our schedule for the next block. Thank you one more time.
Yeah. One more thing.
Yes, sure. Yeah.
I totally agree with everything that Mr. Gill said, but I just want to mention one thing: the whole fuss about Analytica, who so-called fixed the elections for the Trump presidency. I think we don't have to. It's not a magic bullet, and it's not thanks to Analytica that President Trump, that Trump won the last elections. We have to understand that when the political correct media is posing this as the reason why you won, it's because they are so out of touch with what's happening in the street that they cannot understand that the Trump campaign actually hit base with the normal American. And that's also why when you ask us these questions, how do you do this micro-targeting? We try to do it as well to a certain extent, but we don't have the means to do it as the major campaigns. But we also realize that it will never change the way we have to do politics. That is, like convincing people that your program is actually good for them. That's a major thing. It's just I wanted to add.
Thank you. We also will have more speakers from Ukraine, Belgium, Kazakhstan in the next panel, and then in the after lunch, it's will be speakers from United States of America, obviously, because they have money in this time there. Okay, so see you in 15 minutes. Okay, if everybody ready, we can continue our discussion.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, if you're ready, we will continue our discussion. In the second block, we'll connect it also with questions of political management and government relations. And I think that this correlation will be also interesting for us, because many questions of government relations really have issues in public policy. That's why our first panelist in this block will be Oleg Krypovsky. He is government relations professional in ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih. It's one of the biggest industrial object of Ukraine and object of successful privatization. One from not much cases. So he worked in cabinet of ministers of Ukraine, as government of Ukraine, and work as a regulatory advisor at Shell company, very famous company. And so he will talk in about also his experience in anti-corruption projects for good governance, and maybe for cases about ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih. Oleg, can you please also explain some more about your background, because maybe our partners from India, Belgium, Nigeria don't know so much about industrial potential in Ukraine. Please, you have a vote, and after you also will be Lina Morgunova, who also have the mutual time with you.
Thank you very much, Katerina, for your invitation. I'm very pleased to see all of you. Yeah, I think our the audience from India might be very interested in particular, because now I'm working for ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih. So it's already 15 years as ArcelorMittal present in Ukrainian market after privatization of a very big, the biggest one, a metallurgical plant here in Ukraine. I work here for 1.5 years already. Before that, as you mentioned, thank you for this kind introduction. I was working for Shell upstream exploration and production company here in Ukraine, and yeah, before that we have a special and unique body here in Ukraine. It's called Business Ombudsman Office, which is already functioning for 6 years and receiving complaints from business against the public bodies, and doing this for free. It's EU Commission and the EBRD is financing this project. So I spent 5 years working there, and now I brought my experience to ArcelorMittal Kryvyi Rih, and I'm working in Kyiv office, because the plant is located in the central Ukraine, in Kryvyi Rih city, and I'm working in representative office here in Kyiv. I would like to share with you some yeah, because it's, can you hear me well?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I see. Yeah, because I see some icon here with the muted microphone. Okay, so let's proceed. I would like to share with you, upon some discussion with Katerina, some of our interesting cases, cooperation with the government of Ukraine during the COVID times. I remember this time very well, because it was not less, but actually more job for our team here in Ukraine. A small team of government relations, which consists of 4 people in our office. I remember it was a mid of March, supposedly at the end of March. We received mostly from our foreign offices some good analytics how other governments are combating the challenges associated with corona crisis. And I remember that in US there was a big package prepared to support business. It's called $2 trillion bill. and it was not so much of interest for us in terms of financial support, because the budget of Ukraine and budget of US cannot be compared, and we did not expect for something similar. But what we felt here in Ukraine, that the government of Ukraine was a lack of actual, precise and balanced information for the moment to make a well-informed decision about what should be closed, what should be allowed, what fields should be allowed to function in, and to make such important decisions, the government would need some information analytics. And we were very fast, actually acted as a what you would call in government relations sphere as a trustful advisor. We took some information from public sources and from some of our offices, including from US office of ArcelorMittal, some information how the governments are making decisions, including about social distances, including information about restriction in transportation of people, of employees, some other very urgent and quick decisions that governments were making one after another, and that helped us to communicate our biggest concern and problem, that metallurgical sector and mining sector should not stop because of industrial process. It has some specific industrial process. Once you stop, let's say, coke batteries, for instance, you cannot renew them, and they should function. And we took some additional analytics and additional efforts to show for the government that in other countries, like in the US in particular, those industrial facilities are still working despite of coronavirus and despite of the crisis, because you need this, you need metal to keep the infrastructure working, for some medical needs as well. So it was an interesting time. We were working during weekend as well with our team of translators, because a lot of thanks God, a lot of people on ministerial and deputy ministerial levels, they are English speakers in Ukrainian government. So this is a good change, and you can communicate them some documents directly. But a lot of other stuff and decision makers on level of heads of department and some lower levels, they would need to have some translation. So we actually helped the government to navigate through the rapid changes in the world, so the government can make some very well informed decisions. That was very much appreciated. We usually were talking to Ministry of Economy, which at that time was a driver of all the changes and novelties and restrictions at that time. And by communicating, by helping government to receive some additional information, we were bringing some value to the company as well, because at the end we achieved and we secured that metallurgical complex and industry and mining business. They were recognized by the government as a top security priority for the national economy, and the government allows them to function during the crisis and during the lockdown, the first serious lockdown that we had here in Ukraine. So it's yes, it was for professional perspective. It was very very challenging. It was very time consuming, but it paid off. I mean, in terms of our efforts. Again, that would require a good communication with some of our foreign offices and a very fast reaction, because the changes were taking part very rapidly every day. Actually, at that time, in March and April, and including May. Another interesting challenge that we faced here. Ukraine, since 5 years already, we have adopted some specific legislation on environmental impact assessment, which mandatory contain a very important phase of public hearings and public consultations, which is not the same, by the way. So one of the element was, which was in Ukrainian legislation, that it should be done. I mean, any consultations and any discussions with the public about environmental issues, they should have to take place in physical way. So actually, people would come to our office or to the city office, and the consultation would take part in physical way. During the lockdown and restrictions, we faced a serious challenge that that could not be done, and without public consultations, not any single project would have to be postponed for several months, because you need public consultations for any environmental permit, for any construction project that you have in your mind. So at that time of uncertainty, we either had to wait until the lockdown would end up, or to change the legislation. To change the legislation, I think it's in any country, it will take months or even years, and that would require a very good public outreach and media campaign, because it's not going to be very fast. But we managed, actually, we initiated some changes to legislation. It's on the level of law, actually. So the problem was that it was a law which should be adopted by the parliament. So we initiated some changes to legislation, which would allow for the industry to make a public consultations online. And surprisingly, so together with other market players and with members of parliament and with Ministry of Ecology, so we achieved that those changes were voted by the parliament in all votings, on all two votings in 1.5 months. So we started at the end of May, and already on 7th of July, the law was adopted, and the president signed the law in a couple of days later. But by doing this, we did not affect negatively the law. Even in opposite, we allowed for even wider public audience to participate in consultations, because you don't need anymore to come physically to Kryvyi Rih, to the city of Kryvyi Rih. You can participate in public consultations online. The whole process started to be, there is a new practice, that this process is being broadcasted on Facebook, and actually anyone interested could observe or to participate, or even to write comments. It's not so excellent as it can sound, meaning that your comments in Facebook are not considered as a public consultation. You still need to submit some of your comments via official email, via company corporate email, or via regular mailbox, but you can observe, you can see online what kind of discussion is taking part, who is present, and the practice, actually, the actual practice is that local authorities, they prefer to have a combined version of online and offline meetings. So the law now has imposed some restrictions for people to come together for if there is more 10 persons. So this is now a combined version of public hearings, where you have people offline who are sitting together, representatives of company, representatives of public, and representatives of local and central authorities. But the wider public audience can see this process and can observe online. So those are two cases which actually I think as a positive, we can consider as a positive outcome of this crisis. By doing that, it's already a lot of actually of our processes, they became digital, and they became more effective, more transparent. And this crisis actually made the Ukrainian authorities to work more effective and more faster, with more transparency. So that's all from me. I mean, if you're talking about some monologue, that's all from me. But if you have some other questions, would be happy to answer.
Thank you. It's also interesting that Kryvyi Rih it's one of the biggest industrial city with also big budget. So it's not big city, but city with big budget.
Very big budget. It's true.
Yeah. And that's why it's also interesting to see political communications there. Yeah, and communication between this city and central budget, for example, in the question of taxation and in the question of different lobbying, like between municipal power and central power. It's very interesting. I think that we can, till discussion, we can also hear next panelist, Elena Morgunova. She is advisor of CEO of Naftogaz Group. I think that it will be related term of your speeches. And she former political advisor trainee in Renew Europe Group. I think that this experience will be interesting for our participants from European Parliament and also in Committee of Foreign Affairs, also in European Parliament. She works with Petras Austravičius, member of European Parliament, who often work with Ukraine and know situation in Ukraine very good, and situation also he coordinate with some war conflicts, as I know from his speech when we met. Now she also work in international corporate lawyer and have a big number of publications. I think that Elena also can explain to us how lobbying look like and government relations, and maybe to do some references, and I ask to all speakers do some references between political communications and government relations communication. Please, our technical staff, if you can gather together also Mrs. Elena. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Katerina, the SIC group, and most importantly, the participants of Political Management Forum. It is indeed an honor for me to be here today. And before I commence my speech, I would like to make a bit of a disclaimer that I'm not inclined to speak for the company I work for, but to share with you the insights derived from my political expertise and energy business acumen. Okay, beyond the shadow of a doubt, politics, geopolitics, business, and energy industry, they are very closely interconnected and even interdependent. Therefore, I would like to address and to make my speech threefold. First off, I would like to speak about building a robust energy strategy. Second of all, I would also like to talk about climate spending. How can we trade in a losing hand for a winning one? And third point would be geopolitics and the geopolitical aspects of energy transitions as the driving force of business interests. And first off, I would like to say that today energy is climbing up the corporate agenda due to sweeping environmental, social, and business trends, including climate change and global action, global carbon regulation, increased pressures on natural resources, and of course, raising expectations as well as plummeting renewable energy prices. And these mega trends, they change a lot the context in which businesses operate. and open companies up to new risks and new path to value creation. So here on this note, the 5 steps I would recommend here for building a robust energy strategy. Of course, they're not revolutionary, but it would be right to mention that they're all gold. Of course, first off, we have to start with the C-level mandate called. So the CEO mandate typically begins with a commitment to make energy strategy central to the company's or firm's mission and competitiveness. And then it is very important to integrate strategy into the company's vision and operations and track it at all levels. And after that, we can shift to renewables and other advanced energy technologies, because the market for clean energy rapidly. Companies need to understand both the technologies and their financing options. And firms that aren't aggressively incorporating renewables and other new energy technologies into their overall energy strategies, they are overlooking important benefits and exposing themselves to an array of risks. And the 5th step here is very important to engage the stakeholders, because companies may excel at the operational aspects of energy strategy, but these efforts go only so far in the absence of a, let's say, coherent strategy for communicating with the stakeholders. And on this note, it is very important for companies to engage with governments to influence their energy and environmental regulations that affect respectively their businesses. And they must connect with customers, communities, investors, and even employees about their energy strategies. So going to the next point, to the next subtopic, let's say, of my speech, I would like to address the issue of climate spending, because it's always a room for talk about money when it comes to energy, business, and politics. And the question I have been asking to myself is how to trade in a losing hand for a winning one. Here, especially today, after the European Commission unveiled the European Green Deal in December 2019, we are exposed to a lot of climate risks. And here it is very important to understand that climate risk is an investment risk. Today, more and more investors, they choose to tilt their investments towards sustainability-focused companies. And these tectonic shift we are seeing will further. And because this will have such a dramatic impact on how capital is allocated, every management team and board will need to consider how this will impact their company's stock and their company's assets. Okay, so and the 3rd point I would love to make is probably one of the most influential ones, is about geopolitics and geopolitical trends. And as I rightly said, when while the EU is going ahead with the implementation of its Green Deal, the world is becoming increasingly divided. And we can see it when we look at the bigger picture. From a global perspective, we can see a geopolitical divide, we can see an oil and gas divide, and we can see an energy divide. Geopolitical divide inevitably has implications for energy security, and which is, let's say, a very difficult issue for Ukrainian companies. And when we look at the map, how the companies around the world and how different countries, they remap their strategies, we can see that implications for energy security with the approaching even Cold War with the US, and to a certain extent in the EU on the other hand, and China, and even to a certain extent with Russia on the other hand. When you talk about energy divide, we can see that EU and to a lesser extent the US, they go in green, whilst Asia, which is led by China and India, is given priority to economic growth and energy security, still investing predominantly in coal and renewables. When I talk about oil and gas divide, we see that European international oil companies, they pushed by NGOs and activist investors to transition away from oil and gas into renewables. While national companies, for instance, in Russia and Asia, and to a lesser extent in the US, on focusing their investment in oil and gas business. So I would sum up at saying that at some point we will have to reset our priorities with respect to anchor partners, countries, and regions. And provided the global nature of the systematic shifts taking place in the energy landscape, the traditional focus on the European neighborhood will not suffice. So finally, and most importantly, I would like to say that being a good tactician is not enough. What is required is a good follow-through. We should be equipped with one essential feature: strategic patience. And without giving up our own strategic interests and values, we should nevertheless take into account the asynchrony of developments in our national market, if we are talking about Ukraine, as well as markets of our partners. I would wrap up my speech on this note, and I would be delighted to answer any questions that you might have. Hello?
I'm sorry. I must also add that in Ukraine, also like in Kazakhstan, I don't know about African country, maybe someone adds information. We haven't lobbying law. So that's why, for example, government relations, it's like practice in the sphere of PR or legal services, but lobbying law, it's still not voted. And I think that it's very important to talk about also these practices and about practices of advocacy, of course, because it's a trend which can also fight corruption, and it's trend also in communication, because why we talking today also about advocacy campaigning, about GR, as previous speaker said, because this sphere it's deeply connected. I wanna also to invite third speaker, because it's Ayazhan. She's our partner and co-organizer from Kazakhstan, and she originally also working with developing government relations in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia. And today maybe she tell some words about this issue to our community, and also give her experience in primaries in Kazakhstan. So it's quite new points in Kazakhstan history. And after her will be also Patrick Gielen from Belgium, and then we will have block conversation like in previous block for discuss. Dear Ayazhan, do you ready to have your speech?
Здравствуйте, всех рада приветствовать. Да, я вкратце, наверное, поделюсь.
Hello, I'm happy to see all of you. I will be happy to share the information. It makes our job more difficult. There were attempts and still were attempting to make it legal. Also, our president is striving for the policy of government you can hear. Also, I'd like to admit that one of the best things that was created was the agency about the reforms agency. It has never been existed before. Political system is changing pretty quickly, rapidly, and also due to pandemic. So people and institutions, they cannot feed up with these changes. I also would like to share some history of Kazakhstan about the party, the most powerful party. In March 2020, they announced about the elections. They used to compete on different Kazakhstan elections. And from August to November, there were elections, three-party elections. Now we're speaking about advertisement, targeting. There was a good technology. So the party paid only for the advertisement. And now they made the system of rating, and each candidate had a lot of meetings, discussions, debates, had communications with his followers, and almost all info field for about 2 months was busy only with pre-parties. So it was kind of experience that it was almost for free, almost free attempt to take to attract attention. Pretty big amount of candidates there were already, and also they attracted more candidates. And these were people who didn't know about the party, or they were not the followers of the party. But the party convinced them, and they agreed that they wanted to be heard, to be understood, and they fought for their rights. They fought for the rights of animals, of women. There were very many public people. It was pretty enough. Of course, there was not such, it wasn't so active in the capital. But considering that we had green, red, yellow fields, the internet space, making conclusions, we can figure out some pros and cons. And speaking about cons, there were many candidates which didn't get the place. It was nonsense, and experts, they all ask why they didn't get into the list. And the second was that the winners, were big people but simple people, they didn't get into the list. But it was good that simple people also could take part. Among 11,000 of participants, almost 8,000 of them, they promoted themselves. They had their own values, ideas, programs. We cannot say whether it was good or bad. Still, it was great that it took place. For candidates, for political system, this event was good. We had a chance to watch what it means. Of course, some people do not trust in some places. And these 3 days, we had about 1,500 calls to the office, and they claimed for technical bugs on websites. They couldn't vote, and the organizers are gonna work over it. There were many problems, many issues with internet connections. So there had to be 3 days of elections, but there were 4 because of these technical problems. But still, primaries took place. The job, there was a great job in the internet space. Of course, there were some breaks of the rules. These candidates couldn't take part anymore. But still, this huge campaign took place. And we were pleased. And on the 10th of January, this company took the first place. It got 71%. The majority of candidates were from the governmental party. They received the places in the list. So this is the experience we had in 2020s. And of course, pandemic had its influence. There was no possibility to make pre-elections, agitations. There were cities we couldn't either visit, either enter or exit. Organizations didn't work. They received only online. There were difficulties in pandemic, but still we coped. About more than 60% of people, they appeared, they came to vote. Also, we had demonstrations, oppositions. Even one party claimed for boycott, and they even didn't want to watch the process, but still the election took place and the people made their choice. We're not sure whether it's good or bad, but now there is a new trend. We are researching the taxes system and to make our job more qualified. If you have any questions concerning primaries, Kazakhstan, yeah, I guess it's very interesting. As far as primaries which took place in Ukraine, they were kind of informed meeting. So our parliament structure isn't enough to make parliament competition.
I propose to hear also Patrick Gielen. He will be last panelist in this block, and then have conversation in this block between Kazakhstan, Ukrainian, and Belgian experience. Patrick Gielen is international expert and he has been the judicial officer of Brussels Judicial District since 2013, and has been working in partnership with Madeira office. He is an international advisor to KGB and advisor of president of UIHG. Maybe he explain some more information about this organization. And also, of course, Patrick writing a number of articles about European regulations, regulatory investments. So he also will be involved to dialogue about regulatory policy and government relations. And now he also member of editorial board of magazine El Husseini Judis, if I spell it right. So, Mr. Patrick, can you connect to us? Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, I think you can hear me very good. First of all, I would thank you, Katarina, for the invitation to this event. I will introduce myself. I'm Patrick Gielen. I'm judicial officer here in Belgium, in Brussels, since now 20 years. I'm not working in the political world, but I try to be a real practical guy. I'm trying to make the link between the regulations, the laws, and the practical world. So I try to, when I do my writings, when I do my advisings, I try only to make the link between the practical and the regulations. So, and I also try to adapt my profession for enforcement by agent to the digitalization where we are facing. I can say that one of my forces, I'm traveling a lot. Now with the COVID, it's much more about difficult, but I see a lot of things happening in the field of my profession in enforcement in the world. And I hope that my presentation will not be out of scope of today's forum. I will talk a little bit more about the digitalization, how we can face with the blockchains and how the blockchain can help also the political world in the future. First of all, yes, I'm advisor, so you said from UIHJ, it's the International Union of Judicial Officers. It's one of the biggest judicial organizations in the world. We have for the moment 89 members, and end of this year, I think we will get 100 members. We'll have our next World Congress in Dubai, we hope in November. And the purpose of our organization is to represent the profession, the members to the international organization and ensure the collaboration with all the national professional bodies. The union aims to promote the international treaties and the efficiency of the national procedural law and specifically the enforcement law. So we are also with our organization involved in a lot of political programs, especially in the change of the enforcement system. So we were involved in some countries to help the change to go to a more liberal system for the enforcement, to improve the enforcement system, because you know a good system can only a good judicial system is nothing with not a good enforcement system. But now, and also the NKGB is my national chamber, and also there I'm an international advisor. We try to get a little bit out of our little country. So as already said, it's a little country, very complicated country, the Flemish part, the French part, and the Brussels part, and the German part. A little part in Belgium where we speak only by German. So we have a lot of political issues, and with the crisis, it's not very easy. So in my way, so to go straight, maybe we can share my PowerPoint presentation about Logion. So I will talk here a little bit more about one idea I had with some of friends, so not in for my profession, but with some engineers. I'm talking a lot about blockchain, about how we can go faster with the digitalization. With the COVID, we see that the digitalization is going faster and faster. And I was thinking we are losing the human in the digitalization. So blockchain everyone is talking about decentralization, no human, no control body, but this is not going on the right way. So we are trying to put something to make a project to make the link between the real and the digitalization, because if we only facing about digitalization, there is no need still to have a human, but for our thinking, we have to work together to have also the trust to have something was the link between the real world and the digitization world. Next slide, please. First of all, a little remind you know that the blockchain is a decentralized database. The next slide, if it's possible. Not possible to put the next. Yes, thank you. So it's only word for the blockchain. Was every one of you is knowing what it is. Next slide. And in the blockchain you have the node, and this is a computer that holds the copy of the database. More and more applications are running on the blockchain by network. You know, the two more known is the Bitcoin and the Ethereum, and you know the prices are going are rising a lot these last weeks and months. So it's something we have to deal with the blockchain. Next slide, please. But we see that blockchain networks, there are some problems that are rising. First problem is a lack of the network reliability. Second problem we have is the risk of the nodes concentration. You know that Bitcoin is for the moment concentrated more than 60% in China, and the validators on Ethereum become more and more concentrated, and this gives a lot of problem to the trust in the system. Next slide, please. We have also a problem with the unstable fees. If I take the example of Ethereum, the ever-increasing volumes are congesting the network, resulting in a slow settlement of the transaction and exploding fees. Next slide, please. I don't see it changed. Thank you. Another problem is a lack of security. And the next problem is a lack of the real-life reference point. So really the link between what is happening in the blockchain, how we can get it out of it and have the proof of what we're getting out. A lot of problems also with speculation. We have also problems with the limit probative value of the data records. All what is going into the blockchain is secured, but how are you sure what is going inside of the blockchain? The blockchain technology doesn't have this legal status giving this probative force to the electronic writings. So the authenticity of the data recorded in the blockchain is not legally guaranteed. And the question we have, what was rising, you can change next PowerPoint. How can we trust in the blockchain network? Today, to whom should someone turn when he is faced with litigations over blockchain operation? Who is responsible for the malicious behaviors, for the breaches of the data manipulations? Blockchain as a question of liability remains a real concern over which users have little or no security. And we strongly believe that blockchain has a big role to play in the construction of a new decentralized world with the alternative models. Next slide. With the high standards of the transparency, blockchain has the power to foster the cooperation and collaboration between the people, the citizens, the professionals, and this in different levels. And with Logion, what we are trying is to answer to all these problems. We want to build a public blockchain that is secured by a decentralized network of validators. And who will be the validators? The European judicial officers. So we are trying to keep our profession as trusted third party as coming up the blockchain and to make the security. We need the real life foundation, this trusted reference point to bridge the gap between the legal, the contractual, and the technological life. We still need the trusted third party to create this secure environment we can have to deploy the technology. And with Logion, with securing by the validators, we are not talking about centralization, we are talking about trust. You can make the next slide, please. Well, everyone wants to remove the trusted third party. That's we are feeling there are sort of legal texts who are coming up, even in the field of enforcement. We want not to make the centralizing, but we want to decentralize it, to decentralize this trusted third party, to introducing an additional layer of trust of trust in each point of contact, really to make the link between the digital world and the real world. And why the European judicial officers are playing the role of validators? Because they are public authority. We in Belgium and other countries in Europe, we are a public authority, so we can secure the network, we can offer legal guarantees, and we can bring the unique functionalities to the blockchain ecosystem. Next slide, please. The base of this blockchain is that the validators of the node, so as I said, are judicial officers, European, on the European level. And they are not only eligible to run a node for taking part in the blocks validation, but they can only maintain one node. So we want to have a minimum now to start of 30 independent validators in 10 different EU countries. I will say you the state of play of today, but it's going on a very good way. By running these validation nodes, the digital officer as a cornerstone of this more sustainable and secure blockchain ecosystem. The specificities of this network, I will mention 3 points, is identifiable and independent validator node. For the moment, it's very difficult to know who are the nodes, who are running all the system. Here is the network is secured by the status of the validator, since the identity is publicly disclosed and they are regulated by strict legal rules. We have a legal framework, we have the professional secrecy, we are linked to the GDPR, we have disciplinary rules, we have a high level of training. So we are really this trusted party who can bring the trust back in this blockchain history. And in case if there is a misconduct, they will be called to order by a governance and with also legal proceedings, so all can be controlled. On the other side, we are working with competitive and stable fees. One of the problems of the blockchain is that the fees are unstable. Here, with this validation process managed by the officers, we ensure these stable fees that anyone knows how it is working. And at last, and maybe one of the most important things, is a smooth path to a high probative value. We as judicial officers are custodians of the public authority. We are qualified to draw up reports, statements of facts, we call that certify that things have been done on the blockchain network or on an external element that is linked to a transaction in the progress in the blockchain environment. And these reports we are making, we call this, so as I said, statements of fact, constitute authentic instruments, which are not longer falling under the judge's discretion, and they have a very high probative value. In Belgium, when they're making a statement of fact, and this statement of fact can, regards the regulation Brussels 1 bis, travel freely in all the member states of the European Union, have the same power. So if someone is not agree what I've made, what I've with my statements, I can lose my job. So what I'm writing is supposed to be happened in this way. You can make the next slide, please. The next slides. This is already set. Yes, thank you. How will work this blockchain, very shortly, is a decentralized storage network. So the judicial officer has the mining nodes. It's a 2-layer project. The judicial officer has the mining mode on the Cholakian blockchain and the storage node on a decentralized storage network. And we are also working with a multi-signature wallet to be more secure. So we need to have two judicial officer who signs. And we protect also all the tokens. The judicial officer is also as validator, and also we respect the European regulations. So we have to respect all the European digital space. Why? Because we have to respect all the regulations who are there. In Europe, the European Commission is doing a lot of things in this space. So we have to compliance with the regulation in the digital space. And for the moment, we are a lot of talking about the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act. So we have to comply with all this regulation and also about the GDPR. It's very important, and we will be the first at this point to be sure at all these regulations. Next slide, please. And we also want to facilitate, now we are a lot talking about Web 3.0, the transactional web, and there we want to facilitate the mass adoption of this one and how to want to redo it. Firstly, to capitalize on Logion unique feature, the business model, the ecosystem, and the flexible and transparent governance. Secondly, capitalize on the judicial officer's capacities, engaging his responsibility. It's a trusted third party, drawing up in and out chain reports at human by Oracle and custody for the funds and securing the private keys. Next slide. You could ask the question to know if there is a market for Logan also in the political world. I can only give the answer yes. How more we are looking, we are facing, we are trying, we are at our meetings, we are exchanging. We see there's a real need to put this in the next months. First, by answer, I can say we as an officer have professional blockchain project. I'm working in an office here in Brussels. It's one of the biggest office in Belgium, and we are working a lot with the digitalization, and we are also putting some of our products on the blockchain. But if we as digital officer, we have to make a legal guarantee of what we are giving to the people. We have also to protect where it's done. If we put it on the blockchain of Ethereum, we cannot know anymore secure our project. So therefore, with Logion, we can share core. It's an end-to-end control of our profession. The second is a securing of the digital assets and transaction. And the third is a market of proof. It's a very big market. We have to prove what is coming outside of the blockchain and present it in front to the judge. And it's a blockchain of trust. For the moment, if I take the Bitcoins, around 8 or 9% of the population has some cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, of Ethereum, of some else, but there is the trust who is missing. There's a risk to lose the keys, the risk of the transmission of the keys if you are deaf, and there's all of problems who are rising up, and we have to make this on the trust base. And also this network can also help, I think, the government and the political world to secure, and I can give here some example, and the first I can give in this COVID time is to organize on a secure and the decentralized level the national or regional elections. You can be sure there can not be any discussion if we make it on a sure way. I can only give the example of what has happened with the election in the United States with Biden, with the postal vote. So everything can happen with a postal vote. There can be no trust, no guarantee, no security. With such a secured blockchain network, we can make a guarantee that someone who votes, but this vote cannot be changed once it's put on the blockchain. We can also make the referendums in all transparency, possibility to let the population participate in the democracy, not only, so as I heard this morning, not only go once to an election, but we can also participate that that the population on a larger scale can participate in the decision and the discussion. And also there can be a need maybe for the traceability of the state aids. By such a blockchain network, you can demonstrate in all transparency that these aids are well used. So there's some example we are talking, so it can be used in a lot of ways. Next slide, please. Only to mention, so we are a big team. There are people from the judicial world. I'm responsible for the validation. We have one IT leader, one compliance, one finance, one operation, one from the bank, one legal, one for the marketing. So it's a very good team, and we are now working about 1 year. Next slide, please. And also to show you that sometimes we are, next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, some people are asking to me, yes, you will never find in the world or in different countries some judicial officers who will be ready to change their mind, to improve their profession, to think on the other level and try to put something to change really, it's really a change from our profession. For the moment we are starting, we are now creating the testnet, and we have our first 10 nodes from 6 different back countries, but this is the first people which we are going in touch, but I'm still in contact with 20 or 30 of them, and the purpose is to have 300, 400 of them in 2 or 3 years. Next slide, please. Yes, and also it's only to mention which technology we use. We try to use a very good technology. We use the Substrat Polkadot technology, what is one of the latest one, and what is running very well. So this is now in the work. Next slide, please. Only to talk about also an important one is a token money. So we are working with a stable coin, with a ULOC, is a utility, but token is to use the pay for the service provided by the ecosystem, and so on. So it's baked to a stable coin, to a stable BAT token, to also to have the security. And then we have the GLOC, is a governance BAT token. This is a normal crypto currency. And so this is something very new. I'm in this since 1 or 2 years, and also to make the link to my organization for the International Union, we are trying to put a global code on enforcement on digital assets. We are working on it. We will present it in Dubai end of this year. We try on a larger scale on the world level to give the big principle to make enforcement on digital assets, how to have access to the digital assets, how to because the problem for the moment, if I'm a debtor and I have to pay a debt, I push only on the button on my computer, and it's on a hold, on a cold wallet, on a hot wallet, and a digital officer cannot reach this funds, so cannot pay the creditor. The creditor can also be the state. So we want to find solution, give the big principles on the larger scale, because nothing exists on a world level. Try that the countries are taking the good principles to find the good way to can seizure, to make an attachment on this crypto assets. And Logion is also there, a possibility for all the countries to sell these crypto assets who are attached, and so we can give the money back to the creditor. So this was it, a little bit by presentation. I hope it was in the scope of this forum. So if you have a question, I'm available to answer to it. Thank you.
It's very interesting because many also people from civil society also use tokens. On last week we have many presentations also in Ukraine with football teams. So it's a great trend. I think that I have one question. It's not really connected to your conversation about judicial points. It's connected with money laundering because for example, if we are talking not about blockchain but about connected cryptocurrencies, United States of America vote for Anti-Money Laundering Act, and my colleagues who are lobbyists in the United States mentioned that it's very important to build regulatory on cryptocurrencies. What do you think about that? And second question, do you think that blockchain technologies will more deeply use in governmental databases and other processes, anti-corruption too?
First, I will give an answer about the second question for the use of the blockchain. The blockchain in the criminal matter, we are in contact with the criminal cases here in Belgium. There are a lot of seizure of attachment on cryptocurrency. And the problem who the police are facing, or the prosecutors are facing, is how can I sell it? What can I do with it? They are holding the keys of the cryptocurrency, but how can I solve it? So there we are also proposing this solution to make to keep it on a secure way, because for the moment they don't want to keep these crypto keys, because it's also some you are talking about high amounts, and so it's very dangerous for them to keep them and have it in a secure way. And the blockchain, I think so. I'm now in this project since 1 year now, and if you are going to the different meetings, if you are assisting, there is really a need. In the beginning, the people are thinking, yes, why are you doing in this way? Why do we have to have the trust there? The blockchain is the trust. The blockchain is transparency. Nothing can happen on this, but we see that the people are not in trust, have not the trust in the system. So even in the global matters, there is a lot of do. For the first question, yes, it's very important to regulate on a good way, but we cannot avoid this technology to be everywhere. So, and it's very difficult. I'm working in the international field of the enforcement. Every country is putting this system on his own, so the system is very complicated. When I take the regulations, only the regulations on the system for the enforcement in Europe, we have one regulation settled up by the European Union, but if you see in the practical way, there's 27 different ways to implement this regulation. So in fact, you are with 26 now different way to make the application of this regulation. So it's very difficult to have something on a global way, on a common way to try. And the world is going on this global way. There are in the economy, in the cryptocurrencies, there are no borders, and we try on some way to find something who linked this country to have trust in each other, and in the states also. If you every state in the United States has its different laws and applications, so it's very complicated to have one way. So every country with a crypto, every country is in Great Britain, there was a decision of the High Court who said that a cryptocurrency is a property, is a value. This was 1 year ago. I think in some back countries it's money. So it's very difficult to know what it is. So we have to make something on a larger scale, and this we are trying to do.
Thank you. Very progressive report. Maybe we have 10 minutes for a little discuss about regulatory issues, about lobbying as usual. I think that it's also interesting to discuss with Patrick lobbying industry as well. Is regulation of European Union is quite good, so American model is better, but I also give opportunity to discuss not only from my questions, but also of questions between different panelists. So in my respect, maybe some panelists have questions to each other. Okay, if no, because in first panel it's
hi there, Katerina, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for Patrick Gielen, so I found your presentation extremely interesting, and one of the previous participants also was talking about blockchain technology and how it can be used politically. But the question I have is about the fact that the whole point of Bitcoin was that it was free from government interference. And I think that's probably why it's got such a lot of traction with some undesirable people and elements. But I can understand that you want to start to regulate it, but it was founded on principles of not being regulated. How do you get around that? Even if you pass laws, how do you get around the fact that it's supposed to be completely unregulated?
Yes, it's a good back question. So you have also next to the Bitcoins and the crypto assets, you have also the CBDC, so the cryptocurrency done by the states. So we will have two different ways. We want not to take in this project the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin for me is something now it's raising up, but it's baked on nothing. There's nothing behind. So I don't think that yeah. Yes, but nothing's back. You don't know where is the money. You don't know where who are the miners. You don't know. it's not reality for me. Okay, it's a good investment. If you're a good player, you can make a lot of money with it. But we want to go a little bit step further to respect the regulation, because if you are going on the blockchain, no responsibility, no centralization, no one who controls this. A society without control is a society. It's my opinion, who will not be live on a very long time. You see all the problems we are facing with it, and also with the Bitcoin. There are 21 million, and then it stopped. So what happens if this is going in the hands of the richest people of this world, and the countries have not the fiat money? For the moment, is no trust in the fiat money. If you put your money in the bank, you have a lot of problems. You have to pay to let your money on the bank. Accounts is also a problem, and for the moment with the COVID, we see that the countries are printing so much of money, and I think in the US they have printed 700 billion dollars in the last 10 years. It's more than in the last 50 years. So what will the money? So something is happening, and we have to work with it and not to try. So I'm not so for the CBDC, because with the CBDC, with a controlled cryptocurrency, with the euro crypto, you will always have the same with the stronger control. In our organization with Logan, there's one who has worked a long time in the bank world, and she cannot longer work there because there's too much control. But maybe we have to go with less control. What we want to do is not to go control. I said it's not control, it's to trust. To have a system where we can trust. I think a lot of people are afraid about cryptocurrency, but if you are doing nothing, there are millions of billions who will not be paid to the creditors, because I'm seeing this not only in Belgium, but also in the other back countries now with the COVID. In Belgium, we were faced with suspension of enforcement. So the debtor can do anything. Some debtors have wise problems, some other have no problem. Some push on the button and the amount is going away. So you are creating a parallel world where all can happening. And if you are creating the trust, also we are working with a very high level of QIC. So you have to make this trust. Otherwise, the people will, for me, all this blockchain technology will stop if there is no trust in this technology. And for the moment, the criminal part is too high. And so we have to regulate, but try to regulate on a more world scale level. It's not easy, but we have to try to go to this way.
Okay.
Maybe someone else also have questions, and if it's possible for me in the global discussion in regulatory policy, for me it's interesting position of Mr. Gielen and Mr. Gill. Is regulatory policy on lobbying in European Union, it's better than lobbying laws in United States? As you know, lobbying laws in the United States, it's more strictly than in European Union.
I think that we have to live in a world of regulation, and there's got to be rules and order, without a doubt. What we saw happen in Britain under the late 1970s, early 1980s, was when the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher deregulated. So she completely deregulated the money system in the mile, what's known as the square mile, or the City of London. And as a direct result of that, some companies which have been owned for hundreds of years, very old traditional family companies, were all taken over by big American corporations because it was all deregulated. But the knock-on effect of that was huge, was monumental for my country. We went from being the sick man of Europe, we were known as the sick man of Europe, to being the #1 destination in Europe for immigration, because people want to be a part of the success story of the United Kingdom. And 25% of our entire GDP is created in a 1 square mile of Britain, in London. So deregulation has its place. It can be scary. It can have huge knock-on effects for jobs and for unintended consequences. But I think as America has shown as well, they have traditionally been very deregulatory, and they are starting to edge towards the European model of regulation. And I think from my experiences of the European Union when I was an MEP, that the European Union's answer to everything is more Europe, more regulation, more laws and more rules. Whereas traditionally the American answer to everything was less. You know, they would literally, Trump created a law that for every new law that was created, 2 laws had to be rescinded, got rid of. You know, so that kind of shows you the mentality of the Americans versus the Europeans. And I think that now under Biden, we're going to see more Europeanized politics where there will be a lot more regulation. And I think personally, I feel that regulation is stifling. I was a businessman before I got into politics, and I witnessed the rise of regulation in my industry, and it literally knocked loads of people out of the industry because they just could not deal with all the regulations. So, and then it just left lots of big boys, lots of big companies running the industry. So I would say there's obviously absolutely 2 different variations here, but we seem to be becoming very similar. And if it continues in this way, I think fairly soon there'll be no real differences between America and Europe.
Yes, if I can add something, yeah, we have to need a good balance between the regulation and the deregulation. And what I see with the European Union, and then I can agree with what said by Mr. Pison, is that it's too complicated and the people are not elected, yes, and there is no common interest there. The countries are, it's not a link between, sometimes I see there's not a link between what the European Commission is deciding and the application in every country. I mean, but only in our profession, we have a new regulation about service of documents, and in the working group was only people from countries who don't know a lot of this service of documents. So this makes to come to regulation was not representing all the countries. We are not. We have to push some countries to why some countries. We have to work one and not 26 or 27. We have to be one and not 2 regulation. With the GDPR, I'm just an officer. The GDPR has not to be applied to myself, to my profession, because I have to have access to everything to could do my profession and get the money back for the creditor. There are always 2 people, the creditor and the debtor. And everyone is thinking, yes, it has to be go faster for the creditor. But on the other side, I have instrument to go very fast, but I've no instrument to make enforcement and to know what has the debtor. We have now all the registers, all kinds of things, but there's sometimes too much of protection, and then there's too much of regulation and protection against some people, and some I have a judgment I have to go through. So it's a little bit my thinking. I'm a believer from the international way, from Europe, but I'm thinking they are too far away from the practical problems of this world.
I see. Thank you one more time. I also know that we wanted to invite to vote representative of our partners, Open Gate. It's also British lobbying and financial strategic advisory company. So I think that also their experience can ask the same question: is regulatory policy in Great Britain and in Europe is directly correct and working things? So please, Open Gate, vote to Okay, we lost the connection with OpenGate, but we will wait for them. Dear colleagues, do we have some points or one terms for conversation in this block, or we will take a little lunch for our translator, and then we will come back for our panelists who now have morning in United States. Do you have any questions, points, or additional points? If not, we will wait till 13:25, 2:40 p.m. Till our conversation with American partners. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Could you raise your hands if you can hear me? Great. I'm hoping that the host will let me share my PowerPoint. I have not been able to get in here, and I am just kind of waiting for them. Perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry we're starting a little late. Good morning.
Hiya there. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Good morning. You'll get to see the sunrise behind.
Good morning. So you'll probably notice that most people are not on. It's because the host couldn't get to you. She's given us a break. So
Okay.
I think we're on a break right now, which is why there's not many people who are actually on.
Well, she just emailed me and said that she was going to go ahead and start. Let's see. Okay, so what time do you want me to start?
I don't know. Erland, can you remember what time she said?
No, but I remember it's 1:45, so in 20 minutes, let's see.
In 20 minutes? Okay, great. Now that I know that, no, it's so early here that I just hadn't gotten the message yet. So
Oh, Nancy, Katerina's here.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Good morning
to you. Thank you that you connect from United States of America to us, to our conversation. We will give to you also a copy of our previous conversation if you're interested in. I wanted to represent you to our other speakers and also to our audience, and Nancy Bocskor, if I spell it right, the president of Nancy Bocskor Company, and as a former director of the Center for Women in Politics and Public Policy at Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas. She launched its program to promote civic engagement and leadership in public service. Nancy is one of the board of Running Starts, an organization that encourage young women to run for office, as an advisor for veteran campaign and program for encouraging veterans to enter public service. Most recently, Nancy was chosen as Mentor of the Year by PLAN, Public Leadership Educational Network, for her work advising college women interested in careers in public service. In 2016, was selected by Washington Academy of Political Arts and Science as one of the top 12 women changing the face of political communication in Latin America. So Nancy represents also in 2010 the District Alumni Awards in Upton University in Westville, Ohio, for a passion to affect change in national and international communities, training and consulting with the national and world political leaders, and commitment to educate others, particularly women around the world. So thank you one more time. We had many women in politics. I'm originally also work in political management, and last year we developed political party, as you know. Also we had Mrs. Adesola from Nigeria, very interesting scientist in economy. So I think in future it will be pleased to meet you. Also women who work in government relations in different countries. So for us, it's very interesting to know your experience, very interesting to your experience in communication, and of course in grassroots campaign and in engagement of people to political and social projects. Because in Ukraine and post-Soviet Union countries, in Kazakhstan, as Ayazhan also represents Kazakhstan, we have big problem in this, also glass roof and engagement, not only for women, but also for YAS and other sectors. So thank you for participation. And next, after you, speaker a little late, so that's why we can have also two minutes more for your report. I think that you have what's to explain to us. Thanks.
Great. And do you pronounce it Katarina?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, everyone. As I started to say earlier, you'll get to see the sunrise. I happen to live in a woods in Ohio, so you're going to see a beautiful sunrise. And of course, I always hope the sun is rising on a democracy. So there's my analogy, which is pretty good for me because it's only 7:30 in the morning here in the U.S. So thank you, and I'm going to go ahead and let's share. If you will let me share my PowerPoint. What I want to talk to you about this morning is that, you know, I was looking at the participants and the speakers here, and how does this tie together? And I think that as consultants, as leaders in your country, as people who are working with others to inspire, motivate them, and train them to run for office, I want to talk to you about what does a path to public service look like? And I want to just share some of my tips that will help you inspire others to make this leap. We certainly need more women. There's an old saying that says, add women, change everything. You know, we are hoping that most of the time that is for good. We do see levels of corruption fall in countries where there are women involved in public service. And we certainly have seen a stark difference in the countries led by women during the pandemic than led by by men. So I'm going to make sure we are open here. And are you able to see the my PowerPoint? I'm trying to make sure it's
yes,
good.
yes, it's good.
Perfect. All right, so let's start. This is a little different than my usual. Will you let me open mine on the share screen rather than the one I sent you, please, Katarina? Because then I can manipulate.
It's to our technical staff, but now they trying to help because they coordinate these issues.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Thank you. I was just trying to open mine. So, you know, there's an old saying, if you don't have a place at the table, you're on the menu. And it happens all around the world. Majority men are the ones in leadership, and they are making decisions that affect the life and safety, health, education, jobs for women. And so if you don't have a place at the table, you're on the menu. You know, in America, a few years ago, it was 6 men at a US Senate hearing, and they were all discussing women's reproductive health. You know, where are the women? Quick story is that until there was the first year of the woman after the 1992 elections, before that, mammographies were not covered by insurance because no one thought to include women in preventive health care. The same way at funding at the National Institutes of Health, all the money went to studying men and how they and in heart attacks and how they presented during a heart attack. Women present very differently. And so it was having women at that table that said, you know, we need to study women and also people of color, because we all have present heart attacks in a different way. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. And an old modification of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm's favorite quote, if you don't have a seat at the table, bring your own chair. I work with a lot of young people who want to get more involved in politics, and they find going to a political party can be intimidating. They're not necessarily wanted there, but everyone wants to know about digital media, social media. And so for a lot of people I mentor here, they have, just because they're young, they know a lot. They know about TikTok and Instagram and these ways that we can better communicate. So if you don't have a seat, pull up your own chair and figure out what your personal skills are, because your organization will need those skills. Continue. Next, please. You know, democracies are a lot like making sausages. I was in Egypt. Gosh, it was actually today, about a month before the overthrow or the removal of Morsi from office. And you could see the political tension in the air. And one of my students said, Nancy, why are democracies so messy? And I said, well, you know, it is. It's like making sausages. They're messy. We don't like what goes in them. They can be expensive. We certainly don't put pork in them here in Egypt, which of course makes everyone laugh. But, you know, at the end of the day, they are the tastiest, because democracies mean you have to have free will. You have to take personal responsibility, and autocrats survive and thrive in places where everyone has a rule, right? You have your place, you don't move your place, and it is hard to create any change. So there are many countries that unfortunately have lost these emerging democracies because personal responsibility, free will, it's difficult. And so yet it is the tastiest, democracies still are the tastiest sausage in the world. Okay, please. If we can go to the next one, thank you. And it goes back to Greek times. Just because you don't take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics won't take an interest in you. It's the same way with government. We still have a lot of apathy around the world on, oh, I don't care, my voice doesn't matter. But every time you pay taxes, every time in a corrupt government situation that you have to pay someone to pay a bribe to even be able to live your life, politics and government has taken an interest in you. So you can't just step back and go, yep, not my responsibility. And I think if anything, that as I reflect on the 2020 election, it was the highest voter turnout in more than 100 years in the United States. And that's what I care about. It goes back to, you've got to show up, and people who don't vote, I don't think they can complain. So you need to tell people, yeah, you may not care about this, but as a small business owner, as a restaurant owner, you need to care about what's happening. Okay, please. You can't work in a vacuum. You can't afford to hate politics. And I won't read this quote to you, but it really means that you have to step up. And I understand, I've worked in a lot of places, and I've worked with incredibly brave people. As I look at my friends, I have a friend in Rostov-on-Don in Russia. She's now entering her second year of imprisonment, house imprisonment. So we see what's happening in Belarus, what we've been seeing in Russia the last couple of weeks. It is people have to start taking an active role, and the people who do that are the bravest people in the world. Please, next. As I work with the men and women that I do around the world, I talk to them about how do you prepare for public service in places where it might be incredibly difficult. And there are 3 building blocks. First, become a leader in civic engagement. Take a look. What needs to be done around you? Is it perhaps something as simple as we need a new playground for our kids? What are things that need to be done? So step up, take some responsibility, because you can lead without power if you figure out how to lead in a civic project. The same way with participating in charitable activities. I've had women all across Lithuania participate in breast cancer detection. Susan G. Komen. I've had women who've done that in Jordan. So they are participating in other activities. I really started seeing this when I first trained women from Belarus more than a decade ago on how do you learn to lead in a dictatorship. So we worked with these women to figure out what was a special skill they had. And so one of them started an after-school reading program in English, so people would come. Another started a gymnastics program. But what happened is, all of a sudden, they were leading in their organizations among their friends, neighbors, and colleagues, and were building that foundation of public service, because leaders need followers, and you need to keep bringing the followers and making them leaders, because ultimately, we want you to run for elected office. And I work with so many women that say I have nothing to offer. How can I run for office? I'm not rich, I'm not important. And I start peeling the onion back. And they're telling me all the amazing things they have done in community service, which I can then package and help them package about, basically, look what I've been able to do. Imagine what I can do if I am elected to office or put in a position of leadership. So prepare for success by being aware of what is needed in your community and filling that vacuum. And it has served the women from Belarus very well over the past decade as I've kept up with them. So please. What does a public service model look like? I learned this many years ago. I try to live this, and I also teach it everywhere. And it is listen, learn, help, lead. Listen to people, ask questions, develop appreciative understanding. You know, in the United States, maybe 10 years ago, I would ask my college students, tell me, what is your dream job? Now it's what's your student loan debt? Because if they have a large undergraduate debt, perhaps I won't advise them to go take on $100,000 more in debt so they can go to law school. But I am learning, because everyone has their own issues and challenges. Older people, you know, they have very different needs than I'm used to. And it's the same way everywhere, almost everywhere I work. I ask people, what is the most important issue or biggest challenge in your community? It's always corruption. So then I have to start figuring, what does corruption mean? It means the government says the water is drinkable, but it's not. I mean, there's so many issues. But when you ask questions, you develop an appreciative understanding. And then you learn, you process what you've heard, remember it, and learn from it. Being that person that is open to other information. You know, there's an old saying, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You need to listen twice as much as you speak, except on, of course, my quick lecture here this morning. But after you listen and learn, you then figure out, how can you be the catalyst in getting something done? What can you do to help people? And again, if you have started in that civic engagement, community service, charitable activities, you've already been somebody who is helping people live a better life. In elected office, how are you the catalyst in getting something done? You know, I often say, I fix things for a living. I have a lot of contacts just because, you know, I've been doing this a long time, but I can identify what people need and figure out, what can I do to help them? Is it a phone call I can make? What is it? Because after you've listened, learned, and helped people, you will almost always be asked to lead them. People like to vote and follow people who can get things done. You're actually a person of your word. And so I think it's important, you know, so every day when I meet new people or when I go to a different place, I listen, I learn, I figure out, what can I do to help? And then I have developed that trust asset that people will listen to me and we can figure out how to solve problems. Please go to the next. slide, please. And for women, young girls need to see role models. You can't be what you can't see. Sally Ride was the first American woman to travel in space. And, there's some European countries, and I'll never forget, I was at a banquet somewhere in America, and there was a woman who said she went to an elementary school, and a little boy said, "Can little boys be the prime minister of the country?" Because he had only seen women. So it's just the same. When you always see men in key roles, it's hard to imagine being that. And I think that's part of the celebration in America right now with Kamala Harris, which little girls can finally see somebody who looks like them. So be that role model. If we can continue. So how do you start when you're working with people? There's several skills. Being in public service, you need to learn how to persuade people. How are you making those connections? I've always said God created Google so I can find out anything I want to know about anyone in the world. And then I thank Mark Zuckerberg for inventing Facebook because, he may only let me have 5,000 friends. I always say just because Zuckerberg doesn't have 5,000 friends doesn't mean I don't. However, before I ever go to see someone, I'll take a look at who our mutual friends are. Maybe I can figure out who can make that introduction for me. I've eliminated making cold calls. Everything I do is warm communication, figuring out who knows who and who can open doors for me. It's also learning how to argue and debate, but being mindful about how you're doing that. I'd rather have conflict in words than conflict with weapons. And so learning how to do that in a respectful way. It's also remembering. You need to remember people that you meet. So I'm always trying to remember what's a little tag there. Katerina, I might as well tell you, my beloved cat was Katerina. She was the czarina of the cat clouder here. She passed away this past summer and about killed me. She used to wear little crowns. So of course, Katerina is always going to be memorable. But you also you need to be memorable, but you need to remember other people. What is it that it may be? It may be that you know somebody that went to the same university, the same church, but you don't want to walk into a room and think you've never met that person before. So learn little tricks. A lot of what we do in politics is sales 101. How do you create a package? How do you create that product, that candidacy? And then you have to figure out, okay, now how do I market it to the public? So there's lots of words that work when you are preparing someone for office. If we could continue to my next slide. Persistence is the answer and a sense of humor helps. I started doing fundraising many years ago because one of my old bosses called me and said, Nancy, you'll ask anybody anything. You're pleasantly persistent and you throw great parties. But in politics, we have to be persistent. Just because we've said something one time doesn't mean, that we have to keep going. You have to be cheerfully persistent, and a good sense of humor helps. I take my work seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. But you have to be somebody that has that element of getting up every day and what I call passion-driven leadership, that you are driving, that you are working with something that is motivating you from the heart. That this, politics is not a decision of the head, it is of the heart. If you can continue. We can go to the next. Now, it's interesting. I used to say there were the 3 T's of public leadership. And as you can see in my little box, there's now 4 T's. So let's talk about those. These are the foundations. If we go to the first one, please, the next slide. The first T is trust. Takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. Your most valuable personal asset is your personal trust asset. Are you a person of your word? So as you're recruiting candidates, as you're working with candidates, dig deep. Are you somebody that says, I'm going to bake 24 cookies for a bake sale next week, and you get it done? Be a person of your word. And that is so lacking in politics. You know, I work in places where no one even trusts their neighbor because the neighbor may turn them into the secret police so they can get, you know, a better apartment or heat or a better job. So building that personal trust asset is critical to success. The second T, if we'll go, please, is transparency. Learn to love a spreadsheet. In fundraising, I monetize everything. I need $100 so I can buy 10 radio spots. I have taught fundraising in countries where there were no fundraising culture because of the level of corruption. And so we teach them, okay, tell people how you're going to spend the money. Make sure that you show them. I'll never forget when I was in the Republic of Georgia the first time, and a young man said, but Nancy, if people are helping you raise money for your campaign, how do you not know that they will not keep the money? And of course, as an American, my head exploded. But be that transparent, be believable, sincere, but learn to love a spreadsheet so you can then build upon that trust asset that you are a person of your word. The third T for our next slide is having that history of giving and tithing, giving back. We work in a lot of countries where it's survival of the fittest. It's very hard to give money to something when you're trying to put food on the table. But giving back means that you are actually, and it's not always with money, it is showing that you are generous, that you are inspiring a culture, that you actually want to help people. Yes, it's a biblical term. Some religions, it's 10% of your income goes to the church, but creating a system where you are always helping other people. And it makes a big difference to add something that we are grateful, and we're grateful for others that can help. Now, because of the tumultuous last 5 years in American politics, and especially the events of the last month here, I've had to add a fourth T. And if we could go to that slide, and that fourth T is now, what's the truth? What is the truth? You know, the internet was supposed to make us smarter. Instead, it has taken us down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and lies and dark places. It is something I'm still thinking through on how do we restore this in American politics, so I can help people figure, you know, how are we going to do this? How do you check sources? How are you not so reactionary? You know, just because it's a cute meme on Facebook doesn't mean there's any truth to it. And this isn't, you know, this isn't even an education level, which is what's even more unfortunate. It's an insidious cancer that has come into politics. But I am going to have to, you know, we're all going to have to address this as consultants, as advisors, as mentors, is how do we get to the truth? And I'm going to wrap up here in just a second so we can take some questions. If we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, because we have 2 minutes and next
That's
speaker
fine.
waiting, and then we have a lot of time for.
No, that's
for
okay.
discussing.
Let me do this. We're going to skip this.
Yeah, sure,
I wanted to really, if we can just skip to the last slide so everyone can have my my contact information. And keep going. Yes, say thank you. You need to sit and talk to people about what will your legacy be? How are you going to make this, you know, our time on earth is very short. What are you going to do to leave this earth, this place, your community in a better way? And then finally, here's my contact information. At the next slide, the final slide. I swear it's there. There we go. This was really a quick tutorial today, but I want you to leave with thinking about working with your clients and developing that now the 4 T's, the trust, transparency, tithing, and now helping people with the truth, because it is a very chaotic time for democracy around the world. And I'm really happy that you're on this call so you can learn how to better address those topics. Now, let me take some questions and then we'll go to the next speaker.
Yes, if it's possible, we have a next speaker and then we have time for a conversation to all this block. It's if you have more than 20 minutes, it's really
That's fine.
perfect.
Thank you. I will stay put here and we'll just mute me and we'll stick around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we will listen Egon Cholаkian. It's also very interesting speaker of our bloc experts from United States. So he worked in Reagan administration lobbies for strategic defense initiative. Very interesting, especially for us, because in Ukraine we have many objects of defense industry, and also have registered practice as lobbyist in Dow use technology, energy, data-driven science, bio and science and biomedical technology, and also he former legislation tax analyst. We and also work in joint taxation committee in U.S. Congress and the President's Commission in International Trade and Investment Policy in the White House. So I think that position of Mr. Egon very interesting also in the part of our conversation about lobbying and about American model of lobbying, model of advocacy, which we're talking also about. And of course, it's interesting as also position about foreign agents activity in United States, because, for example, for people from Moldova, from Ukraine, from Kazakhstan, not understandable deep how it works. So please, you have your time for your report, and thank you for your participation.
Katerina, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and everybody else, thank you as well. And good morning and good afternoon, depending where you're located. I've elected to speak on the topic of registered foreign agents in the United States. Because we deal in an international sphere, and because that's become an increasingly hot topic, one which will bring your demise as a representative and or lobbyist in the United States very quickly to its knees, I think it's important that at least we give a foundational explanation what it is and why perhaps you ought to entertain getting involved with it rather than trying to circumvent the act. So in essence, what is the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act of 1938? Just to give you a heads up, why 1938? It preceded the very beginning of World War II. We had many German immigrants in the United States, particularly on the East Coast. The West Coast had not really been settled out at that point. And we were deeply concerned that the German immigrants would integrate within our community and develop pro-Nazi dialogue. And for that reason, it was initiated on that basis. It has since gone through a gestation period of many, many years, which accommodated the unique needs of the Cold War. And now we're going into a new period, one that's not been totally defined, but it's actually representing itself, particularly at the universities where we have high research interfaced by foreigners, and the theft of political property, IP property, economic property, and so forth. It's become a real issue. So the scope of the Registered Foreign Agents Act has broadened dramatically. So in a nutshell, FARA, as we call it, F-A-R-A, FARA, obliges agents representing interest of foreign powers in a politically or quasi-political capacity to disclose their relationship and the foreign government and the information about their activities and their finances. And it's something you really have to accommodate. I wouldn't recommend anybody entertain being sparse in their information disclosure. And I'll also add, what is a foreign agent? Keep it simple. Don't get sophisticated. A foreign agent is anyone who actively carries out the interest of a foreign country within another country. It's very simple. And again, exceedingly broad. So take that to heart. I would add to that, what are the penalties associated with failing to register as a foreign agent? In a nutshell, a willful violation of FARA is imprisonment of not more than 5 years and or a fine up to $250,000. Misdemeanor, FARA misdemeanor violations can lead to imprisonment of not more than 6 months and or a fine of $5,000 US. And I would add, who governs FARA, the Registered Foreign Agents Act of 1938? It's governed by the United States Department of Justice National Security Division. And they're not the most disclosure conscious agency in the US government. They pretty much do what they do in secret. And so don't always think that you've heard nothing, nobody's looking. They probably are looking. I would encourage people to look at compliance with FARA. Don't be intimidated by it. It's not your enemy. It's simple. You could go online, look up the U.S. Department of Justice, F-A-R-A, FARA Division, or unit, I should say, and the materials are there to be disclosed. You can download them right there. I would discourage you, however, from filling them out yourself. If you can afford, if your budget can accommodate the situation, please do your utmost. Hire a local. I'd really encourage you to entertain a DC, a Washington, DC attorney, not a major firm. Just get a DC attorney who's accommodating, who's had experience in this discipline. Take them on for the filing purposes. It's in your very best interest. One little inch, one way or another of inaccuracy can cause you huge problems. So that is one expense I strongly encourage you to embrace. And on a side note, I could probably consume my allocated 20 minutes discussing what actually constitutes the activities of a registered foreign agent and how they are reported ultimately to the FBI and to the Department of Justice. It's broad. As I indicated from the outset, it's exceedingly broad. Back in World War II, it was specifically, it said, Germans that postulated information about, pro-postulated information about Nazi Germany, that constituted a registered foreign agent. Very, very, there it was. As you got into the Cold War, we'd have tourist agents from Eastern Europe, Central and Eastern Europe. They would come over and they would literally say, visit Poland, visit Russia. It's beautiful scenery. The people are wonderful people, and they are. But that went against the political will of the country. Now they're saying, this is a great place to visit, embrace it, it's lovely. And that triggered an interest in bringing foreign agents even as far as tourist agents, because they were promoting technically our enemy, the Cold War, the Soviet Union, and so forth. So, and now, as I mentioned earlier on, now you have the students at our academic institutions. This is the whole new genre. And so this is something that we're now I shouldn't say redefining, we are actually defining. And we're nowhere near the tail end of that purpose. Anyway, if you take a moment and you go online to the U.S. Department of Justice, they have the FARA brochure. It's public record information. It's a 2-page document. That's all, nothing big. At the bottom of page 2, the Department of Justice provides insight and direction on, quote, identifying unregistered foreign agents. This is brand new stuff. Now they're going out to the mass public saying, look for unregistered foreign agents. The average American wouldn't know what you're talking about the moment you mention foreign agent to them. However, now they're educating the American public. And again, that comes into topic of the universities. Now they want people to keep an eye out on what's going on. And they quote, how can you tell? This is a quote from the brochure. How can you tell if someone might be acting as an agent of a foreign principal and might be required by FARA to register with the Department of Justice, end quote. And then they proceed with 3 scenarios that the average American ought to look for. One scenario embraces the conduct of a successful businessman, nothing to do with politics or political office. The next scenario embraces a retired politician, congressperson. Again, okay, he has some background in politics, at least I hope he does. The third scenario really encompasses 2 scenarios, both undertaken by a registered lobbyist and questionably registered lobbyist, 2 scenarios of the latter third. Each of these scenarios, it talks about how these people will orchestrate a meeting, a proper meeting. They'll send notification, I'd like to meet you on the subject of electric plant, electricity. I want to sell my products in America. No big thing. You meet with them on that topic. They show up at the meeting. You don't know who they're going to bring with them. They show up at the meeting. Then they start talking about energy in Ukraine. And they really, they slide over the table. They just let the conversation drip to your native jurisdiction. And then the conversation becomes politically charged. Well, why is that project not being realized? And it gets into conversations. That's how innocent it can be. That's a normal conversation. Have it over a glass of wine every day in Washington, D.C. Have it over a cup of coffee in the morning. That constitutes acting as a registered foreign agent. And it's something that you have to be concerned of, because that same brochure, for the first time I've ever seen it in my entire, I'm 72 years of age, that now advises people literally, if you suspect you've encountered an unregistered agent of a foreign government, contact your local FBI field office or the Department of Justice FARA unit. Now they're communicating this activity to the average American. This is something we have never seen in the past. So it tells you where it's going. The act is encouraging the average citizen to keep an eye out who's talking about what. And again, that stems from the university community, which is now the target of FARA, very, very much a target. I want to step aside from the direct discussion on FARA. I want to go back to 2 of my earlier experiences to illustrate the points clear. When I was a young law student at Harvard Law School, I received a what we call an intern appointment now, internship appointment. It was not called that back then. It happened to be with the Joint Taxation Committee. The Joint Taxation Committee, if you are not aware, is owned essentially by the House Ways and Means Committee. That's the committee, House Ways and Means Committee of the House of Representatives, in concert with the Finance Committee of the U.S. Senate. It's a very powerful, exceedingly powerful committee. And I reported to 2 gentlemen. Wilbur Mills was then chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, and Russell Long was then chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. When I showed up for work, and it took about 6 months to secure that job. You had to go through a vetting process of all the universities, all the young men that were young men and women that were tax professionals. I had to be an international taxpayer back then. They had to beat the other person, whatever, and it gets distilled and you get the appointment. So I got the appointment. I showed up for work the very first day in Washington, D.C. I had not met Mr. Wilbur Mills. He was on the news, the national news, every night. He was the gentleman that cut the purse strings that got us out of Vietnam. So the gentleman was routinely on the news. You know his face when you're walking down the street. I met Wilbur Mills for the first time in my life at that point, and the gentleman looked me in the eyes and said, "You're the guy we selected." "Yes, sir." And he said, "I want to ask you 2 questions. The first question, Egon, what is a camel?" And I was stunned, and I thought he was going to ask me a very technical tax question, which would just totally beat me apart. And we duked it out over what a camel was, and he said, "No, It is a horse made by committee. If you can achieve a camel in your work here in Washington, you're successful. Deem that a positive note. The second question was, Egon, do you drink? And I thought I must smell like booze. This is horrible. And I said, no, sir. And he said, well, you're never going to make it in Washington, D.C. unless you drink. And the gentleman was on target. From that point on, he advised me very clearly, if you are a member of the House, if you're affiliated with the House Ways and Means Committee and or the Committee on Finance, you are going to be invited to every national holiday, birthday, or party, or otherwise, from each and one of the embassies and based in Washington, D.C. And every important person is going to want to meet you because you have a plug-in to the House, to the taxation of America. And I learned so much from that. I would go to functions, every country's functions, and I'd be approached by individuals, and they'd want to talk about why we have this tax policy. What about this? Could we help you influence this? What can we do to assist you? At the end of the day, I was routinely approached by who? The Department of Justice. Who did you speak with? What were they promoting? What were they digging for? And I realized they do what they say they're going to do. And the FBI should add to that. So I realized early on, even though you don't read it anywhere, there is a lot of movement, a lot of activity that goes on behind the scenes that gets reported that we never hear about in the front room. The second model, or I guess anecdote that I want to share with you, you may recall Benazir Bhutto and Asif Zardari. This has to do with Pakistan. When I came out of early retirement, I took an adjunct back at Columbia University in New York City. I retired, came out of early retirement, and took an adjunct faculty appointment at Columbia. I was approached by Benazir and Asif. I did not know them at that point. And we set up a private meeting, and I had dinner with them, and we discussed me helping them get out of their Swiss money laundering problems, you may recall. So I'm the gentleman that pretty much orchestrated that release. And during that period in time, I had to once again re-enter the political domain on the diplomatic side in a few countries, not just the US, to properly orchestrate that settlement, which I did. I then became active with both Benazir and Asif, and they were unique characters, to say the least. But notwithstanding, I showed up at many social functions, Washington, D.C. based for the most part, and I was on the other side of the fence at that point. Now I was with the individuals who were doing the promoting, not receiving the request, but actually doing the speaking. And I realized that that could trigger, because I knew how the FBI acted, I knew how the Department of Justice acted, that could trigger many adverse consequences. And I would add that it did. And you could not control the number of speakers who were interfacing with the political operation then in Pakistan. So there's no way you could keep your finger on the pulse of what was going on, but it was obvious and it was dramatic. And ultimately culminated in Benazir losing her life in Pakistan, but Asif, her husband, taking charge of Pakistan. Excuse me. But during that period, again, I was back chatting with the FBI, back chatting with the Department of Justice, explaining why it was this, why it was that, what they heard, who said what. And at the same time as having to deal with the US government, simultaneously, I had to deal with educating the clients, the Pakistani clients. And that was a challenge. It's not something you're going to get a lot of money for doing because it's the work volume is horrifically huge. So it's something that be cautious if you are not going to register, because you may find yourself in a mess like that where you are doing a lot of explaining, not just for yourself, but for many other people, some of which you've never met and don't even know their names. So it can bring you down if you're not cautious. And then I would, excuse me, I would go back a bit earlier also. To give you an idea, back in the 70s, I want to say, in the United States, we had a scandal that made national news. It was called ABSCAM, an acronym. I don't even recall what the acronym stands for. It was hosted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, and they set up a scam. They invited many U.S. Congressional folks to come in, and they endeavored to offer them money for a political position. And they taped it, they recorded it. A classmate of mine at Harvard, interestingly enough, was the last person to get busted under that. But they did it. They stretched out that far into the community and orchestrated a net, and it caught a lot of public opinion, made it to the national news, and that's had an everlasting effect on the American political scene since then. Now I want to get back into, pardon me once again, I'm affiliated with Harvard, MIT, and a few overseas universities, in England primarily. And we routinely get approached by foreign nationals or representatives. They can be people getting kids into college as college admissions advisors. They're connecting foreign individuals with research activities at prime UK and US universities. This has caught tremendous attention in Capitol Hill. And I don't know that the news carries the celebrity status that an arrest brings. When Harvard has their main math instructor, the head of their math department, arrested for commingling funds with the Chinese. MIT now has a gentleman on the same route. And these are highly publicized activities in the United States currently. And again, these are issues where there was not disclosure, just simple disclosure on a form. They elected, the individuals that were charged with these activities, elected to refrain from making these disclosures on the standard routine forms. They should have done it. It would have been an easier case to fight than to say, I just didn't do it. That conjures a great many negative thoughts in this country. The motion now is to put tremendous pressure on what activities are going in the university systems, particularly research universities, and what the conduit is to achieve those relationships. Generally, somebody trying to get into a top tier research university in the United States or England generally obtains some sort of facilitating opportunity. They may have a professor that recommends them. They may have an agent that they literally hire an agent to bring them in and suggest they do their research there. Rarely do they just fill out a form and say, hi, I want to show up at MIT and I want to do this. Usually there's somebody or something in between that facilitates that relationship. That facilitator is right now highly subject to investigation, and it's made very much aware on U.S. national news. So keep that in mind. If you are entertaining a client relationship, if you're going to bring somebody over from your country, you want to hook them up to involve themselves in some innovative venture, which is a very honest and noble endeavor. Be exceedingly cautious who the agents are in that entire supply chain, because they will be investigated, particularly if they make noise at that university. And this is something where you will be held accountable as the rep or the lobbyist or whatever capacity you're going to operate in. And that is something that is being promoted in the last administration and will no doubt be promoted in the current administration. It's something that has resonated positively with the American public. Am I at my time limit?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's extremely interesting also for countries who we have this conversation. We have this conversation with people from Kazakhstan, from Ukraine. They don't understand how it looks like, and they're afraid a little to sign contracts about foreign agents. But it's the procedure as usual. I also have one contract when I work with Mr. Caputo. He was advisor of Trump, and I had this contract. It's not a problem to have this procedure, but many people, afraid this. That's why thank you for your report. Now we have time for questions, and for questions when one speaker can have question to other. So please, dear colleagues, you have time now, and after your questions, I will ask my question.
If I may,
sure.
I have a question for Mrs. Bocskor. I was wondering what your stand is on quota. They used to be for women, but now in some occasions it already happened that it's described more generically, of course. It's for the quota for the other sex or the other gender. Now it already happened that they had to use a quota for men as well. But what is your stand on quota?
And I'm sorry, what is your name and where are you from?
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Erland Pison from Belgium. I'm assistant for the European Parliament for the ID group. So I thought I missed. I don't think you expressed your opinion.
No, we didn't have a lot of time. I can, you can tell I could talk about this for hours. So, first of all, there's a lot of talk about quotas in the United States. And as I remind people, Americans hate quotas. They are still, you're going to get ahead via grit and hard work and accomplishment. Now, I have mixed feelings. I have certainly seen what the quota system did in a place like Rwanda, where there was the, it has the highest percentage of women. There are 67 of the 100 members of parliament there are women. And there was a quota, but they actually added women, and it changed so many things that they elected more women. So there are many places where if there wasn't a quota, there would be no women. Now, having said that, the flip side, I also have worked in Mexico several years ago when there was 50% of the candidates had to be women, and they were scouring the streets to get women to run. So in having worked with this in other places, there really is that path to public service. You need to identify people who are successful are the ones who've already become leaders in their community. When all of a sudden you go, okay, half of the people must be men, women, when you start having these quota systems, I have seen where it is the wife of the politician, right? This person's a placeholder, or they find people who are not qualified, who become puppets of the party, who just do their bidding. So I am not a big fan of this. I don't think it's ever going to be the 50%. That I thought that was a disaster when they first instituted that in Mexico. But there have been some countries where if they didn't have a quota, there'd be no women. So, I'm all over the map on this. I just think that I would prefer encouraging women to run when they are ready to run and they can stand on their own merits, not just because there's an artificial number.
I can add to this conversation the next, that, for example, in Ukraine, we have quotas for women. But when, for example, we create our political force national platform, it's a big problem because women in villages wanted to take part in local politics. But, and I can send to you maybe a report about pools, how people understand the role of women in Ukraine. It's in Ukrainian language, but we can translate, the essence of this pool. So the main essence is that women don't ready to have responsibility of central power, and because they haven't also infrastructure like nurseries, or money for nanny, and they understand that it's like very hard work and very aggressive work, because in countries like Ukraine or African countries, as Mrs. Adesola also mentioned in her report about totalitarian regimes, it's also a tough work in politics, and works with fighting, for example, as we fight with Ministry of Justice, who wanted to take bribes, and of course, if you wanted to do good policy, you must also fight with people who do bad policies. That's why I think it's not a problem of quotas. Quotas, it's not a problem. Also, if we talking about oligarchic political forces, they can really give persons not from women's leadership, but like women who don't take care about politics. They will be there, they will be sitting and voting, but not do real politics. I think that Nancy's work very useful for countries who developing and who has also very deep stereotypes about role of women in politics. For example, in our territory, where we have war conflict with Russia, it's Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk region. Very deep stereotypes about role of women, that women can't handle external policy and also military policy, and they have stereotype that women must work only in the humanitarian field, so like education and medicine. So that's why it's only some points from pools about role of women. I don't sure Mrs. Adesola from Nigeria with us or no, but I think that it's very important also to have experience exchange programs, for example, between American women and Ukrainian women and different parties and different members of parliament, to show really, as Nancy mentioned, on examples that it can work, because the best training it's example. Quotas not a solution for the same, on my point of view.
Hi, can I ask a question, Katerina?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. I kind of wanted to just ask Egon. So the FARA scheme, I'd actually never heard of it. My wife is American. I've spent a lot of time in America, and as an ex-politician, luckily I've not been doing any politicking in America, so I think I'm safe. But I just wondered, are you aware of any other countries that have similar schemes that we should be aware of? Is it just America?
No, it is not just America. That part of the question I'm very comfortable answering. The second part, what specific countries, I'm a little, I'm out of touch. I'm hesitant about giving you specific countries. If you were to define, when you say to the average American, and I would not doubt even the average Brit, if you say to them, hi, I'm a registered foreign agent, that immediately conjures up you're a spy. So it has bad connotation. Other countries, it's not such a bad connotation, believe it or not. They kind of think, oh, that's an honorable profession. So when you put a resume together, I haven't done a resume in 500 years, I would add that, but in the early years when I put down registered foreign agent, they would like shut the door, pull the blinds, and they'd say, so what do you do? Who do you represent? And you realize we're having two conversations here. So a lot goes with that. But again, if you don't have it, if you come to me and say, I'm representing a third country, you're a British individual, I'm representing a former colony or non-colony. And if I slip in the conversation, so you're a registered foreign agent, if you say you're not, you publicly disclosed in 2 seconds that you're a novice and I shouldn't deal with you because I could get hung on this deal. So that, but other countries do have it. I don't recall which ones, but they're not just a few. There are many of them that have similar acts. Yes.
I also have my own experience. For example, if now Ukraine is a little toxic in the United States because of scandal, a little, yeah. And that's why if you want to be productive, you can't not to register as foreign agents, because not any, it's my feeling, but not any serious person don't want to meet with you if you're not registered, because it can be one more scandal about Ukraine. Maybe not every person in our conversation know that Biden scandals was connected with his son and with Ukraine. And that's why for us it's obvious to sign this document. About foreign agents, as example, I can say to you, for example, in Ukraine, it's Russia. Russia give money to political forces. Russia give money to channels, to TV channels. Russia do give money to digital campaigning on YouTube. They're leader of opinion. That's why it's directly influence in Ukraine. But Ukrainians also understand that we have direct influence in Ukraine of Americans, for example, like Soros Foundation. I said that I don't support this position, yeah, but they said that, okay, Americans also must register. And for example, if we talking about registered lobbying in United States, we had speaker from Naftogaz. They registered as official lobbying in United States. And Russia, as I know, spent more than 5 million, also 5 or 50, I don't remember exactly, maybe, but big sum for lobbying also Nord Stream in Europe and in United States. So it's, I think, directly examples of what is foreign agents activity. And it's also important that you mentioned that foreign agents can take part in elections. And in Ukraine, for example, or in Moldova, other countries taking part in election, but within different political forces, and it's a big problem for sovereignty of countries, of course.
I would add one other point. If you do elect to register as a registered foreign agent in the United States, be cautious. You may establish a normal personal or commercial bank account here, a normal local branch. That will probably surface when you start that bank account, and they'll want to know what political activities you engage in. That places you in a distinct group of individuals that will get monitored for possible money laundering activities. And that's not something that will be announced. It is something you will realize when you're at the banker's office establishing that simple little bank account. So there are little anecdotes that go with that FARA relationship. Now they are monitoring it more than ever. Now that you have cyber activities and it's become a bit more clandestine, now they're going deeper and more conspicuous in their enforcement compliance approach.
Nancy, maybe you add something about advocacy practices also, because advocacy, it's a little different with lobbying. So tools, it's the same, yeah, but it's a little different. I think that for our colleagues from Kazakhstan and Africa, it's can be also interesting.
Yes, you know, it's funny. I've never been a lobbyist. I've never registered as a lobbyist. I think part of the challenge for me is that I had several offers, but I never could really feel passionate about, rubber tires, right? I have always been so focused on helping people vote and making sure people were prepared to run for office. So I'm fascinated to hear, that just the conversation around this, because it is now, because of the scandals of the last few years, we're reading more and more about that in the media. But I really think in the democracy, it really is telling everyone, yes, you may hate the government, but you can't just be a bystander and let people make decisions for you. So it's helping these women and men. Frankly, I've worked with a lot of youth activists, but a lot of men in countries to find that voice and the strength that they are qualified to show up and create change in their communities.
But it's originally advocacy for human rights, advocacy for women's rights in the tools, as I understand, right?
Right, it is. And, this has not changed in all of my decades in politics. When we ask people around the world, whether I'm in Nigeria, Mongolia, addressing people from the STAN countries via webinar, health and safety are the number 1 and 2 issues for people around the world. They want to live in a healthy environment, and they want to be, safe, that free from attack, from crime, from government interference. So when people go, oh, Nancy, you don't know how it really is in Nigeria or Jordan or elsewhere, I always go, no, we're all people, and that we all are looking for this. So I guess it's a little bit different kind of lobbying, but how do we lobby where we can have the values from the heart, things that make sense for communities and families?
Thank you. Maybe other participants also have points or questions to any of other participants. Maybe Ayazhan from Kazakhstan also wanted to add some information about lobbying in Kazakhstan, or if not, I think we can do conclusion and also plans for our future work.
Let me ask a very quick question. On the former Soviet states, are foreigners not resident in the country? Let's pick Ukraine, hypothetically. Would a foreigner be permitted to register as a lobbyist in the Ukraine, even though they are not resident in the Ukraine? Strictly with the idea of promoting business in the Ukraine, even though they're based in the States?
If one citizen of United States wanted to live in Ukraine, they have documents which called it's like temporary document that you live in Ukraine. But if you, for example, American company like Bunge in agriculture, they don't register now anywhere. So they work as company with money from United States. But it's not a problem because everybody knows that, for example, Bunge or Shell represent America, and of course people support it because it's investment. But when we are talking about Russia, Russia sometimes give money in cash to more to some business purpose, to bribes, to political forces, to media sphere, and it's a direct influence. My father, when he was in parliament, for several times, and the governor. And when he had this opportunity, he gave to Parliament lobbying law, so proposals for regulation of all this activity and dialogue between business community and government structures. But on that period, Mr. Poroshenko, who has majority, don't support this initiative. On my point of view, it's very good initiative because it fights corruption, because if it's more transparent, it's less corruption in this sphere. But now we have big discussion about foundations also, because foundations also work, for example, in popularization of some reforms, and sometimes these reforms connected with interest of foreign countries, of course, but they work as NGO, not like lobbyists of some points of view. And that's why people who are a little angry to international financial structures, because our government takes this money and use not for right thing, on my point of view, in every point. That's why it's product negative stereotypes about foreigners at all. And I think that you can remember campaign of Orban in the homeland of Mr. Soros. So I think that now in Ukraine it's possible also that scenario, Orban's messages. But I think that it's a way. For example, when we start to dialogue about lobbying law, nobody understands what is lobbying in Ukraine. It was 7 years ago, and now people understand what is and how to lobby without corruption. So that's why I think that it's important work here in Ukraine.
Thank you.
As I answered to your question, or no?
That's close enough. That gives me insight. I'm going to steal another minute real quickly. I am very interested in Chernobyl, and this is the topic I've been approached on multiple occasions, and now I've taken a strong interest in the project, and I've actually entertained getting involved in Ukraine, and so for that reason, that's you've given me insight, which is appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Chernobyl. It's also very hard time for us, because now for many people who liquidate that catastrophe, cut it all like fees priority. They're very angry, of course, because they have problems with their health. And also, I think that the situations also show that government structure not so effective also in protection of human rights, and we must talking about it. But we can talk about it also in the next conversation. Maybe someone else also have questions or points about our previous discussion. I think that also Egon and Nancy can take our recording. I think that maybe for you will be interesting position from Belgium, from Africa. It's really extremely interesting in the first panel also, position of Nathan Gill from Great Britain. I hope that our conversation will be also systematic, and we will give our point to correct, to right, to transparent communication all over the world, and of course do effective experience exchange. So maybe somebody else also wanted to conclude. If no, I also wanted to have great thank you to our media partners. So I will, it's organization, it's the next organization, one moment. It's Open Gates. Our partner is Kazakhstan National Association of Government Relations. It's Znai.ua, Polita, Lenta.ua, Час Перших, Stop Corruption organization, Institute for Democracy and Development, Base Capital, Personal Project. Kazakhstan is co-organizers, and also many Economist UA and many organizations who idealist media as internet platform, and of course team of Personal Project and SIC group who now work with us to organize this dialogue. Thank you very much we really appreciate your informational work for better communication involved. So maybe Mr. Pison has his conclusions, or Mr. Gill.
My conclusion of the day is that it was a very interesting day. So everybody knows that Zoom conferences are extremely tiring, and I didn't plan to stay on for the whole day, and look, here I am. So it must have been very interesting. So I thank you for the initiative and hope to see you soon, maybe even in real life. Who knows when Corona is over. So
for sure, we hope that it will be in March. I think we all travelers. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Gill, do you have some positions or maybe future position for future work?
I've watched the sunrise here in England, and I've watched the sunrise with Nancy over in America, and it's been really interesting. It's been very informative. I think you've done an excellent job, Katerina. And fingers crossed, next time we can actually meet in person. I think that would be awesome.
Hope so. Ayazhan, do you hear us? Can you also give your conclusion from Kazakhstan?
Приветствую еще раз, дорогие коллеги, участники данного форума. На самом деле день был насыщен, очень много нового и полезного я сегодня услышала. Очень много того, что мы будем применять, скорее всего, потому что уже были наслышаны. Сегодня окончательно убедились в том, что есть необходимость данных технологий и методов. Всех благодарю за участие. Очень было полезно. И, наверное, я надеюсь, что будем в дальнейшем сотрудничать, потому что очень много проектов и очень много идей, каким образом можно в Казахстане развивать данную тематику.
For sure. Thank you. If somebody wanted to conclude for this hard day, please welcome.
Yeah, this is Vijay here from India. It was a very wonderful experience and a very good platform to interact with like-minded people. There is a common thread which is actually binding all of us together. And I hope that such platforms and such experiences actually make that bond much more stronger, and hope to see you all in future again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would also like to jump in. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think you have a winning product here, and there is a need for this dialogue. I can see sharing this in the classroom, a recorded copy of this in the classroom at the university level. They would derive much benefit from this. So I think each one of the participants deserves an applaud for that reason. It's something maybe we should look at. I don't know anybody else that's doing anything quite like this. So to be entertained, and it's I appreciate the time. Well worth my time being here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'll jump in. Thank you so much, Katerina. I can't wait to be able to come back to Ukraine. I'm working on some plotting. And yes, this Zoom isn't perfect, but thank you. And look, we have this bright sun in behind me. And as y'all said, you started in dawn in Great Britain, and now you're in dawn in America. And thank you. What an enjoyable time. And I'm usually not awake at this time of day. So this is big for me, and I hope I still had some perkiness for you and information. And thanks.
Thank you.
And please be in touch. Happy to, Katerina has my information. I would love to be in touch. I have a lot of material that may be helpful to you as you are helping your clients and helping inspire other people.
Yeah, for sure. We're also extremely interested in cooperation and experience exchange. So if you need any help, we also, our team ready for this cooperation. Okay, thank you one more time. Thanks to our heroical translator, and thanks to all audience which sent to me questions and also participate in our conversation. Have a great morning, day, and evening, wherever you are. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.